Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Pray for a quick, clear morning. Pray, pray, pray. Just need to wrap it up. And we will be good to go. Bam, bam, bam. I got Path of Exile 2 later today. And I have not had any time to look through the patch notes at all. So I'm going to have my chat educating the hell out of me during that. I don't think it's... I mean, it's definitely harder than the last, but the second tier is always harder than the first tier. That's literally 100% of the time. It's never not happened. It's not really hard, though. I've had everything I need to do all figured out for a while. It's just, you know, one person makes a mistake and it can cascade. Oh. I was also out of coffee this morning, so I had to make some pre-workout for the morning. Pre-workout first thing. Yeah, PoE 2 is going to be early access for a while still. There's no... I think they want it out of early access by year's end, but we'll see about that. Given the feedback they've received to the initial release, who knows if that'll actually be the case. If they achieve that. I've enjoyed my time with it so far, though. Yes, good morning, good morning. Whoops, it's already live. Did you already make the PF? No. Yeah, I have a dentist appointment in a little bit over 2 hours. So, I'll have to dip out. It shouldn't take very long. They're just putting a healing cap on an implant that they're replacing from when I was young. I mean, the Savage was cleared within, like, about 24 hours. Which is actually less time than second tiers normally take. But then again, our last second tier was Abyssos. What was, how long? No, Shiva took a while. I don't remember how long Kefka took. I was world 6th, I think, on Kefka. Was I 6th? Yeah, I think I was world 6th on Kefka. That was a second tier. That definitely wasn't a one-nighter. I think it was a 2-nighter. I think it was a 2-dayer. I think it was like done early the second day. I'd have to look back at my kill time. And before that is Midas. Midas is what, 2 weeks? I think. Midas was technically Midas took less time than the first tier. And everything took less than Twintania, which took 2 months. We've got 15 minutes still. I gotta have some of my pre-workout. I didn't even eat this morning. I was like, I'm going to the dentist. I'll like have something quick to eat when I come back. Just liquids for the morning. It's not like that's bad either. And we get started in 15. I rolled out of bed, what? 15 minutes ago? Yeah, 15 minutes ago on the dot. Yep, twin for 2 months. Well, to be fair, we weren't. Twintania was disabled for 2 or 3 weeks out of that 2 months. Technically. Actually, technicality. I've never been so relieved for a boss to be disabled for weeks on end. She was disabled because people were breaking her AI and rendering her unable to do anything. And so they kept bug fixing it. I think one was like killing a Dread Knight at like the exact moment. One was like the head marker target dying at the exact right time. One of them was something elevation related. I don't know. They had to fix so many bugs. with Twintanya. Hell, the only reason that fight even took 2 months was because of the built-in latency of the game, which then they patched a few months later. They're like, yeah, that's not gonna fly. Wasn't even like a difficulty thing. That fight is why almost every arena is a perfect circle or square or something and has no elevation difference. That's because of Twintanya. That's why UCOB is also flat, and they also changed Twintanya's arena to make it flatter than it originally was. All of that is because of turn 5. Yeah, literally the hand now is different than the hand was back then. Well, I mean, they broke that. No, that's not the same thing. We're talking about literally a massive. It'd be like if on one side of the arena I was standing here and Twintanya was like at the bottom of this fucking hill. That's much different than that's much different than what is the equivalent of this elevation to this elevation. Also, there's the height mechanic in Midas. Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, Sugar Riots is literally like this. Nothing wrong with that. Versus like this. But also, I would like would like to think that they could do at least some elevation differences in some capacity. Without it falling apart. Yep, I believe that. Hi. Hi, Ivy. Did you already finish breakfast? God, no. The 1.0 Darkness fight is fucking terrible. Please, God, no. Kill me. It was especially bad for 1.0 where the game barely fucking handled it. God, the fucking 1.0 Darkness fight. Ugh. Nothing like being a fucking black mage and just sitting on stairs and hoping that the fucking meteors don't fall out of your line of sight on the stairs, having to walk up and down to make sure you can actually hit them. No, most of the community was not up in arms about Creator being too easy. That's not true. There were a few salty Sandys who did Gordius and Midas, who were basically the only raiders left in the game who were like, wah, it's too easy. And then everyone else was like, oh my god, I can play Final Fantasy XIV again. Creator is what started speed killing. The speed killing meta. Or at least, let me rephrase, the speed killing community. Creator is what birthed that. Raiders had a fucking blast doing speed kills and racing for times on Creator clears. And it got most casual raiders back in to the game. Only people who complained were either people who didn't raid, ironically enough. Oh, and thank you for the 60 months, Welcome back. It was either people who didn't raid.
Odin's Chaos Forge just subscribed.
Or people who, specifically wanted everything to be Gordius. It's one of those cases where people who don't even raid look at how long a tier takes and then start complaining. Random, thanks for the 12 months. Welcome back. Still got my push-ups until we clear. Gotta line those up.
Random just subscribed. Wins more Blitzball match.
Never. Never. We finished that platinum for a reason. Free me, Kareth.
Scam train.
That scared the shit out of me, I'm not gonna lie. Because I was just thinking about joining Discord just now. I thought, wait, am I already in the channel? But I wouldn't have been able to hear it in streamer mode anyway. Thank you for the bits, Graham. Scam train.
Avalia just
It's not even level 1 yet.
Good morning.
Good morning, Avalia. The scam train doesn't get past level 1. There's no emotes. No, Zeph stepped out. The Zeph, Nuber, and Theo all said they couldn't do this here. Nuber wanted to actually, like, live his life. I don't remember what Theo's reason. I think Theo wanted to play with a group that wasn't on our time zone. Because he's like C time zone. And Zeph also, I think, wanted to live his life.
Just cheered 200
and also,
hits.
if he was going to play at all, play with his own team. But he was undecided on that. Yeah, Theo is playing with friendos on his own time zone. One of one life. That's not nice. Oh, yeah, thanks for the 200 biddies. Yeah, I'm 1% in Rage Phase 2. I would not be saying 1% in Rage easy clear on Phase 1. Granted, Phase 2 is the easier phase. Yeah, it'd be driving me crazy. Dude, I don't think I would be able to raid today if we were on Phase 1. I think I'd be like, guys, I think we're just gonna take the weekend.
Now,
all my bit sound effects are all crash out sound effects. Every single one. That terrifies me now. Yeah, for some 14 people it's terrifying too now. Not very many though. Most people have a moderately healthy relationship with what is it called?
Alhea Knight just cheered 200 bits.
Like I said, every crash out sound. Look, Pulse. I mean, hopefully we just knock it out in less than and before I go to the dentist. Yeah, I have to take a short break in 2 hours just to get a healing cap put in. I live across the street from my dentist, so this should be really quick. Work doesn't make you miss. Yeah, hopefully it's in the next 2 hours. I mean, literally any pull could have been a clear for like I don't even know how many hours last night. I stopped thinking about it after a while. No, this fight's not as hard. Well, okay, actually, here's the problem. You can't compare fights in a current landscape versus fights in a previous landscape. You have to compare fights relative to their current landscapes. And I don't think this is harder than Shiva in the landscape of the current game. And in a world where players have done top, I don't think it's harder than what is currently available in the landscape. Because, like, if Shiva were to release, let's say this tier released Shiva Savage for the first time, right? We would shit down that fight's throat. In a post DSR post top existence, we would shit down that fight's throat. It would be a joke. Cool fight, but it would be a fucking joke. Just because we'd be better. Like Twintania took 2 months. Nail in second coil took 2 weeks. If those fights came out today, they would literally get cleared in like, I don't know, a day probably. If you released Nail, obviously UCOB's already out. So if you erased UCOB from existence and released Nail as its own fight today, it would probably die in like an hour, probably. So I mean, you can't like, cause I'm just saying, if Shiva Savage came out nowadays, the fight would be super fucking easy. All right, let me hop in the comms. Everyone's waiting until the last second. Kyo. Oh, I'm party.
Good morning.
Morning. Where is... Yeah, fuck it. No, no. And then that's... Oh.
You have party lead, but over.
Yeah, I just made it.
Nice.
Good morning, Alessa.
Oh my god, you literally pinged exactly at the same time.
Yeah, I just walked away from my PC and didn't log out or anything, so it just gave me lead. Everyone else was offline.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello?
I logged back in to check something, and I saw a happy had party leader, and he was still online. I'm like, oh, he definitely just like got up, left.
I got up. I literally ate a cold piece of chicken out of the fridge, heated up mashed potatoes, and then crashed immediately.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
You said one thing, and I thought you were just making a noise, so I just didn't acknowledge it.
Yeah, I kind of assumed
Used to
it
it.
was just
Yeah,
I don't
that's-
know, you just be. Wow.
That noise is mostly talking, I guess. Sure.
Damn.
Good morning, Torch.
So happy you were right. You can
About-
sleep the Jabberwock in M6.
I told everyone to try it. Why did nobody listen to me?
Okay, in my defense, I did once, but it probably got immediately turbo broken.
That's why you look for the word resisted. If it's not there, then it worked. All right, I'm taking
That's
that.
I mean, what's the point of sleeping it though? Because it just wakes back up when you hit it.
If your group is slow, it lets you finish off the stingrays before you kill the Jabberwock.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's
the next
much longer
Jabberwock's
than
gonna
stone.
spawn pretty soon right after.
Yeah.
Just sleep both of them,
Then you'll have
XD.
two.
Also, it stops their movement briefly. If you
To be
do it
clear
right.
to everybody listening on the streams, please don't do that. I'll get really mad.
Sleeping
Damn.
them can also stop them from moving briefly, which buys slightly more time.
I want to make one's the smallest strat change, the absolutely smallest strat change. That'll make things a lot easier for me and Kyo.
Okay.
For two, it's for two full Tempests when we lose a platform, right? And then Kyo and I have to go to the fire platforms. Can we bait the Moon Cleaver south? So we're in two light parties right before the Moon Cleaver, right? We just stay there. We can congregate south to the south platform and always destroy the south platform. By doing that, me and Kyo will always start on the platform that's being destroyed, and we'll always end up on the adjacent platforms, and that makes it a lot easier for us.
You are asking half the raid to move and like teleport during the back half of their 2-minute window, and normally
Yes.
like it's okay, but
I don't
we
think
have
that's worth it.
had like 1% in raid. You think it's worth it?
I do not think it's worth it. As it stands right now, the other thing is that we're congregating to the south platform. I know that it'll be the destroyed platform technically, but that platform is always going to be higher Kyo depending on which light party gets targeted. Literally the south platform will always be Kyo or high, as it is right now. That's also really easy to identify for most people. I don't think it's worth making everyone teleport in the middle of their 2 minutes just to make for that, especially when you're saying how minor it is. You just said it was a really minor thing.
It's a minor change for the group. It's a huge quality of life adjustment for the tanks.
You and Kyo could just swap what platform you're taking the wind stuff on, and then it's a one hop for you guys in either case.
I disagree with it being a small change for the group because I just don't get to play that 2-minute window now. So
I mean, if listen to what I just said. If you and Kyo just swap where you're doing the elemental purge, wherever he faces, it's just a one hop for you.
Yeah, we could do that. Let's
That
just
way, only you guys have to think about that since you're struggling with the positioning.
we'll leave it for now. No, we'll leave it for now.
Okay.
There's just a very high point of failure. I have to hop 3 platforms to get to my spot, and by the time I get there, the tank buster is locking in. So if we fuck up the tank swap during that while I'm hopping 3 platforms, it's an immediate wipe. So
If he targets our platform, you go right one. If he targets the other platform, you should immediately go left too, and that resolves.
yes, just what I've been doing. But by the time I get there, the tank buster's starting.
I'm saying when he's casting Mooncleaver, you can already be on the correct platform. Like before he even finishes Mooncleaver, as soon as you see the cast bar start, it's left 2, and then you're done.
Yep, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, should be plenty of time.
Okay.
Yeah, you have way more than enough time. Unless if you move after the Mooncleaver, it's tight. But like you have until the end of the Tank Buster cast bar before you get locked in.
oh shit, I forgot to turn my lights on. That'll be fine.
Let's begin, shall we?
Just kill here. I go back to
In the
bed.
dark.
Yeah,
You guys play with the lights on?
yeah. I like my eyes to like stay intact and not hurt.
Stay in.
My eyes have like this huge streak of bloodshot through them. It's kind of terrifying.
That's badass.
In Cardinal.
It's like a line too. It makes a pattern. I've never seen that in my life.
I wonder if you can keep up.
Eminent in. In. I was just thinking that, Curse Blood.
I rouse the storm.
I was just thinking the same thing. Like, wait, why is he complaining? C.
The wind answers
Left.
my call.
DPS. Left. Go. One more. DPS are tethered. Dude, I'm just like, Fizz range has such a good. You know what? I'm not complaining about Fizz range DPS anymore. If I have to do this shit every fight, granted, I would love to do this fight as a melee. Because man, this fight's a fucking breeze on Fizz range.
Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
Where did that colossal thing come from?
1 or 3. 1. Out later. Out.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Get him up, and we're good. That death is irrelevant.
Not bad.
Plus the boss is so healthy still. Check your tether. Check your timers. Too many people on one side.
Me? Maybe? Yeah. Wait.
Short wind.
No.
Short earth.
Technically winnable.
Hey, make sure you're hitting the one across from us at me. Now it's back. Now it's done.
Yeah. I missed on my tether.
Yeah, done.
Let's begin, shall we?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the ads dying or like. Listen, I'm a
Actually,
Fizz
kind of
range.
surprised that worked out. For as long as it did, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only like nightmare scenario is like when you get 2 baits on the same side, you'd have to.
That's exactly what happened at the
Yeah, we made it work.
You just take one of them, right? It's fine.
Yeah. Treat one like a stack,
In.
treat one like a friend.
Cardinal. Biggest fear is the tank getting clipped by one of the two.
Makes the positioning for them really tight, yeah.
Eminent in.
Speed, it's as if there's a pack of him.
In. Face me.
With Fenrir's might, I rouse the storm.
He's aroused. A.
The wind
White.
answers my call.
Supports. Right. Go. One more. DPS tethered. Back and refreshed. I'm as refreshed as I'm gonna be, at the very least. I'm hoping everyone else is at least mild refreshment. Depends on how anyone or everyone slept. I didn't sleep super great, but manageable.
Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
Mostly because I had to rush to sleep, you know. 2 or 4. 2. Revolutionary out. Out. In the ring. And then Nether was just murdered. Holy shit. He was dead. He's alive.
Not bad. Not bad.
Check your tether.
We've scarcely begun.
It's a bloodbath angle.
Check your timers. First bait. Short wind. Earth. Second bait. Wind. Earth. Last bait. I knew it was me. I don't know why I went through. Wind. Earth. Make sure you keep hitting just yours. There's no cleave here. Waits 3 GCDs.
Bear my fighting wings. Still you stand.
Color Cardinals.
How delightful. The earth is mine to command.
Look at the new lits. Color Cardinals. DPS are in.
Pack of wolves.
Crossover.
Supports will be A or 2. Behind. Rotate. Eminent is in. In. Look at the heads behind him. Not that big a deal. I don't really like the amount of deaths, but that should be
You need to
fine.
stop trying to dodge through the middle there.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Cleaves time.
The boss is more than low
Listen up.
enough.
First safe quadrant, 2 hits. Second safe quadrant.
Try this.
1.
To 1.
Then 1 again. Double 1.
That's because this run is the one. Look at the heads. Out. Cardinal.
Save your pots.
Two hops this time. 2 hops this time. Wait, how did that not go off? I just misused my GCD. Nothing new there. I'm gonna save my gauge.
Nice. Already back at P2. Let's go. Drop, guys.
Caster
Review
for
the mural
19
real
months.
quick. Even if you think you know everything, I'm gonna check myself. It's too early to scream like a wolf, like to growl, you know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That scared me.
I'm gonna be honest, I fully expected it when Whoop said that.
The ring's been destroyed and they've fallen below.
I'm still sleepy.
Lock in, no boss.
How many stand up?
Not an option.
They moved to floating death traps. How
Hot.
will they fight with so little room?
Two sides.
Fight with everything I have.
Light parties on the soil.
Prepare yourself.
Line up.
There's no escape.
Look behind you.
Party south.
Will you be able to stay on your
Tank Buster.
Do that now.
All south. Heroes Blow. Practice reading this.
all asunder?
Out. Right.
Line up. Look behind you.
Party stacks. Get close. Twos. We're gonna go behind where he faces. Watch where he faces.
You'll have nowhere to stand.
We're making the adjacent head markers. Towards Kyo. Alright, start thinking about your wind stuff.
I love
When do you
wind
bait?
stuff.
When do you grab your tether? How are you passing your tether? Take your towers.
It's actually like
Towers.
such a chill part in my opinion. This entire stretch up until the very last ultraviolet is pretty chill. I'm
Watch
not
for the
gonna lie.
tether.
The power of wind unleashed.
Highest platform is south. Shortest number of hops here.
Dance time.
I'm not putting mitigation on this.
In, out,
In,
in,
out,
donut
in.
sides. In, out, in, donut sides. In, out, in, donut sides.
Out.
Expect it.
In.
Donut.
Donut. Right sides.
Twos. Good job.
Light parties. Line up. Check behind you on your platform. Tank Buster.
Keep an eye on the LB. Tether's coming up.
On our
Tether
tether
positions?
platforms.
Think of your tether spots. Also, start thinking about Hero's Blow. How are you going to dodge that?
Check the 1 and 2 towers north. Hero's Blow coming up as soon as the tethers disappear.
Watch how he faces. In his right. South platform is on whoops.
Line up. Line up. Check behind you on your platform. Reconvening at New South.
On whoops.
It's over.
My
This
feint.
is party.
You can use your potions now.
Move
Go.
and stay. This is tanks.
2.
Emmy, come on.
Christ.
Off. Res her on the 3rd platform. It's fine. Res him on the
Eisenborn is
4th
next.
platform. Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, I moved. Nope, it's fine. It's fine. This is highs. Res Keo on the 4th.
Keo needs to
doable.
be up.
Keo is a rescended.
He's up. He's up.
Wait.
We have
Go.
an LB1.
All remaining mid.
Any last minute you got coming up on this stat? Final 1 minutes right now.
Keep us alive. Personal heals if you have any.
Easy clap.
Easy clap. Alright. I did it!
You piece of shit! Oh yeah.
I told you, sleep buff.
Sleep buff, baby.
That's all it
45-minute
takes.
stream.
Yay! Stream's over. That was it. We tried to do 17 hours. I say everyone is exhausted. I'm like, sleep buff, please.
I knew it
Sleep
was
buff,
gonna
wake
be
up,
fast.
beat it.
Yeah.
Woo! Oh. My Awu's in the clear. But is there a nether?
We did it, guys. We freed the end.
We God.
That's great.
Alright, man, I'm buying tickets to the Minecraft movie.
I'm going tonight.
It's only 8 a.m. How am I supposed to get a burger? The place isn't even open yet.
Make one.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah.
God fucking damn it, of course those things drop.
Sage. I like how the glasses are fucking here still.
Oh,
Oh, I
don't
guess
need those.
there's no minion this tier, right? It's the
Oh, yeah,
glass.
that makes
Yeah,
sense.
but it's just
Yeah.
funny. You beat Savage, it's like,
Lance
here's a
Teacher
pair of
just
glasses.
subscribed for 9 months.
Give me,
Alright.
give me the sage
We
weapons.
doing dragoon weapon? Dragoon weapon, yeah.
Should do.
I
Makes
sure
sense.
hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody pass on the
Damn
weapon
it.
coffer.
I have selected
Not
the pass
greed.
option. I have selected pass.
Pass.
All right? I have passed. I have passed.
I have enough responsibility to select greed.
Yeah, I
I-
thought I did too. You see, Happy,
Well-
I did. For 10 fucking years, I thought I did too. And then look what happens. Look what happens.
But see, here's the difference between you and me. I click on the right side of the greed thing, so I know I'm really close to pass.
And then, personally, I think me and Biff should pass on the mount. What do you think?
I don't care, personally.
I'm
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'll
got
pass
so
on
much
people
gear,
want.
so.
And then
Yeah.
make sure a healer gets the sage.
Give me the
I
sage
don't,
weapons.
are you playing? I mean, I'm you're getting.
I
it
will
anyway.
play sage and reclares.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, bring the extra weapons. Just worth it. Like,
I was saying the healer should get it anyway. I was,
I've now passed on the mount. There you go.
My chat's like all those sages doing M8S. Apparently, that's not a very high number of them.
Well, I'll pass on the music too. Someone else gets it.
That was the first P2 pull of the day, yeah. You win a brand new car! The bouncer car, for anyone who didn't watch the live letter. Yeah. Nice. Oh, where's... Oh, okay.
Hi said he was going to a meeting, right? That
Oh,
was-
right, yeah, because, early schedule.
It is still early enough in the day that you can, yeah. I could go into work right now.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not going to, but I could. I hope my boss is watching.
I did it. Just me, alone. Everyone was so tired after having to wake up for a Friday. They're like, fuck it, I'm out. No screenshot,
Now what?
boys.
Yeah, dude, I almost fucking said it.
Why-
I was like,
Well, I mean, whoops. Who said you have to wait till tonight to go see the Minecraft movie?
I mean, You're truing.
Just
Listen,
go,
Friday
just
night-
go shake Vivi and be like, "I won.
Oh, she's
We're
up.
going." Oh, well then you don't need to shake her.
He's
Just
been
say-
week 1 rating too.
I think Friday night Minecraft movie is gonna be a banger.
Oh
Just-
wait, is the Monster Hunter title update today?
It was, I think, today or yesterday. Path of Exile was last night. I think title update was today.
Oh, it's out?
Yeah, I think it's out.
Wait, I'm just gonna play Monster Hunter. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was Path of Exile and Monster Hunter today. Well, last night, right? I knew they were like right next to each other.
Let me see what I need to put on.
Oh, thank God. I told you we just needed to go to sleep, wake up, kill the... Like, I knew it. I knew that's all it was going to take.
Oh god, what the fuck?
PoE 2 is later today. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a little car.
Oh, the patch notes were last night. Yeah, the update's at noon today. Yeah, update's at noon today.
It's now the best raid-related car mount. Is that an 8-seater?
I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just
Or
I
four.
just noticed I won it.
Yeah, it's probably a 4-seater, right? Like the
I am
car?
so sleepy.
Nice. Yeah, no, we had 17 hours of
I
practice runs yesterday.
I'm doing sexta weaving. It's
Sexta
beautiful.
weaving.
Oh, my Discord crashed. Neat.
Yeah, you
There's
just we
mine.
cleared it and then you just fucking left. I thought you were tilted. I was like, okay, that was kind of childish.
Nah.
Oh, it's actually supposed to be crit on this.
My eyes really hurt. Holy shit. I gotta show
rest
you.
them.
Oh, it's crazy. I took a picture of them yesterday. I have like a line of blood vessels in my eye.
Oh, man.
I don't know if that's
Still
normal.
head on pillow. I'm about to be head in sushi. Holy Jesus.
Not normal if you're like tired, overstrained.
And the problem
Yeah.
is it's worse today. There's like a
So,
line. Maybe I should get checked.
Suzaku later? Not now. Suzaku later? Now to actually do something that's really challenging. Suzaku.
Oh no, I've had enough
Nah,
challenge.
bro. Like,
I'm doing something challenging. I'm already in an M5 SPF.
What?
I don't know if you have time, but I'm not doing this for fucking reclears. We need to talk about healing. Yeah, I'm getting overwhelmed.
I'm gonna go play Monster Hunter. Bye.
yeah,
Have fun.
Bye.
I am
know.
gonna hop out and go. Before you guys start, I'm gonna hop out and do my post-raid biopsy.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Alright. Thank you. Thank you for the clear. Thank you for the week.
Yeah.
Jeez.
it's good to play with you again, Happy.
Yeah. But it's under, I'll say, better conditions than the
But,
first
but,
time.
listen, much better conditions. All right, like much. I'm sorry. Like, it was good. It was good.
Yeah.
Alright.
I say so. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
For those who don't know, he got COVID one day into Prague last time. He literally had the worst Prague experience. I think he had to attend a funeral the like day Prague started and then got COVID from the funeral the next day. And it was like it was like the worst first I was like, "Oh, I've never played with this person before." And I'm like, this person has had the worst circumstances of things to happen, and it's not their fault, but holy moly. That is one of those that can't, yeah. It was rough. Oh my god. I'm just glad to be free. Yeah, so I have a dentist appointment in an hour and a half. I'm gonna stream from now until probably 2 or 3 p.m., but I need a quick break in an hour and a half. So, do I want to do Raid Biopsy now, or do I want to do Path of Exile? Bro, the look on my face when Emmy died on the moving off the platform. I'm shocked the tank mechanic thing worked with only one healer alive. Yeah, so, I don't know if other teams have been doing that, but I really like that. Using the tanks for the second platform and then tank invuln 3 and 4. That was, High came up with that, and I'm like, I don't like this. He's talking about, like, moving cooldowns around and getting trucked by attack A and this B, and I'm just like, oh. But then when he moved it to the, when he wanted to do the first platform, it was really bad, because then they had to raw dog the twin bite beforehand, and that twin bite hurts. When they moved it to the second one and it freed up their ability to get the Rampart back, and I threw the Troubadour on for that twin bite because I don't need it anywhere else, because the damage is like, I don't think there's any damage from twin bite until Ultraviolet Ray. Oh, there's tank autos. Sorry, there's tank autos between twin bite and Ultraviolet Ray and nothing else. So I was like, oh, I'll just Troubadour that and then Troubadour the 5th tower, and that literally like fixed everything. That plan that he came up with for that, to use tank super cooldowns on a whole tower. Well, no. So what we do is we do tank super cooldowns on the 2nd tower, tank invuln on the 3rd tower, tank invuln on the 4th tower, and then party does 1 and 5. 1 needs some party mitt, but it doesn't hit as hard. Probably needs a little more than we gave it, because that was really scary. I'm not gonna lie, I was really scared at how close we came to dying on tower set 1. Tower set 5 was also a little scary. Like the second to last hit, I think, was the scariest hit. And that was with everything. I think that was like Deployed, Troubadour, Mine, Soil, Illume, fucking Neutral. That last one is with before having gear, a little frightening. We'll skip that 5th tower. The big thing is you'll start skipping the 5th tower at some point, so it'll become party, tank, invuln, skip. You'll probably skip one of the invulns within a couple weeks. But no, the tank super cooldowning and enrage tower, oh my god, that's like, the healers have to stress about it a little bit, but I'm sure with like exaltation and like a couple of, I guess in that case would have been EDs, exaltation, probably fairy tether on 1. What is it called? Fucking it's a DSR 6. It honestly is, except that it's 82118. What area code is that? 82118. Thanks, wee wee. What area code is 82118? XCOG. That's the name I was looking for, Mizzo. Thank you. For some reason, exaltation threw me off from like saying XCOG. No, honestly, that change that he made, I really liked. That was like the #1 thing. Let me look it up. I mean, literally, you could type 5 numbers into. I could do it right now. Might not be one too. Who knows? 8. Oh, I'm sorry. Zip code is what I meant to say. Sorry, still early for me. Zip code. 82118 is Utah. Wait. I'm seeing 2. Oh, I guess it depends on the country. Yeah. Wait. Is that Salt Lake City? No, it's 84118. 821. Maybe 82118 isn't one. Looks like it's a zip code in Mexico. Yeah, 84118 is Salt Lake City. Well, we'll just put 2 more people in the stack with them. What's the worst that could happen? Don't do that. Much worse will happen. All right, so the area code is the Hunter's Ring. The Hunter's Ring area code is now 82118. Hunter's Ring is the name of the arena.
Voids Park just
A2118. I'm still doing push-ups for these, by the way. Oh my goodness, dude. What a tumultuous... Dude, that 17-hour day was not a good idea. I could feel it. I could tell how the first 2 days went, that pushing a 17-hour day. It wasn't the place for it, right? We agreed we were gonna try to clear fast, but we could go to Friday and Saturday. That was agreed upon. So when we were cranking out that 17-hour day without without proper breaks, I was like, I was getting concerned because I was seeing the slip-ups happening more and more. Then I started slipping up, and I was like, oh no, this is just gonna get worse and worse. Like, literally, sleep buff, come in, clear. And we, honestly, that was, I'm going to say, as close to a catastrophic enrage sequence as we could have possibly had to boot. I will say, that came close to being a catastrophic enrage sequence. Losing someone, to be fair, the freshly woken up debuff is also a problem. You got to remember that for the first, like, 20 to 30 minutes minimum, you may have your well-rested buff, but you also have the I just fucking woke up debuff, depending on, like, if you're a morning person or not, right? There's, like, that's variable. And Emmy sounded fucking dead. Well, and then was dead, actually. But, like, you know, groggy debuff. Yeah, there you go. Groggy debuff. So just missed that movement after. Everyone did the ultraviolet ray right beforehand really well, though. That worked out well. We also only had 2 on our side, so it worked out okay. So yeah, we had that. And then Keo died because we needed that res. So, you know, we were down a healer for the 2 tanks. Gonna post a clip. Yeah, I'm gonna post in a little bit. So yeah, that was, like, I would say that was as close to a catastrophic failure outside of losing actual, like, DPS players and stuff. In terms of a needs to be recovered, that's fucking frightening for our strat, because when you only have the 2 tanks with their current gear can't, like, afford to have any less. Like, the tank death happened on the 8th hit from the tower. Like, they barely survived the first 7. So yeah, that was rough. And then the tank, and honestly, saving the tank invulns for the end makes that so. The problem was, I was like, man, I would love to tank invul in the 2nd and then do the tank stuff on the 3rd, but I think that's fucked. Most likely, like it. Oh wait, so it's technically doable, but the healers have to struggle a lot more. And then we would have had weakness on a heal. Yeah, that, and no MP and weakness on a healer. Oh. But everything else, wait, was that the run with 2 healer? No, it wasn't with both healer deaths, was it? I think they died on the wolf heads to not moving over. Was that the one where Adur died before that? Yeah, I think Adur died on the very first the first Wolf's Reign, and then Emmy died on the one in the 2nd phase. And then from there, I'm sorry, in the 2nd half of the first phase. And then the 2nd phase, yeah, it was just those 2 deaths. Okay. Who got the mount? I think Emmy. Yeah, she did, because she was like, I didn't even realize I got it. How many pull? I don't know. I never keep track of pulls. When I see, I like to see funny number go up. I don't like to see that number go up. Yeah, but sleep buff, man. Sometimes sleep buff is all it takes. Take this as a lesson. When a raid member starts hinting that maybe the raid night should end because of how long everyone's been going, sometimes the just one more is not worth it, especially if you're not racing. Even if the adrenaline's going, you gotta get rest. Like, It's the same tangent as I always tell people, make sure you have good food prep. Don't develop any bad habit. Like don't resort back to bad habit. My worst habit was probably that I didn't eat yesterday, but that's because I was waiting for our agreed upon food break. When we added 8 minutes to a break, I didn't take that as that's our long food break. I took that as, oh, we're taking a short, but like, yeah, it'll be a little longer. Yeah, even if you feel like you're not fatigued at times. You probably are.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Well, you wouldn't have gotten pinged
Steven,
by me
you
unless
just
you were
subscribed
in the same Discord I'm in. That my team is in. I don't ping anyone on Discord outside of my own Discord. Change the title? Probably. Thank you, Stevenian, for the 31 months. Yeah, I gotta do some push-ups. Yeah, so I think what I'll do... so we're gonna keep talking about the raid tier, but I'm gonna do a full-on, like, breakdown biopsy after I get back from the dentist. So let me do... this. Yeah, probably. That's pretty common. Yeah, and on top of that, you're playing with 7 other people, which all definitely needs to be factored in. Yeah, for Path of Exile today, I'm going to try the Huntress. I haven't looked at their tree or anything. Granted, the tree is probably just data mined at this point, so I probably shouldn't. Added mostly spear skills. Spears and bucklers were added. 8 new endgame maps. Yeah, I definitely want to try... Oh, you're not bothering me. Bothering me would be like, hey, fuckhead. The fuck's going on here? Thanks. M7S was good. I am not disappointed by the third fight in this tier. It's a very visually and I would say it's a very creatively constructed fight that is not hindered by its creativity in a sense where it's either A, gimmicky, or B, unfun. Not even remotely shining. Not even remotely. Yeah, I really thought... Let me just put it this way. I predicted... I was like, there's no way M7 keeps all the arenas. I was very confident in that because I was like, Final Fantasy XIV doesn't do that. What did they do? That was an immediate positive reception. Why are there knives in your crayon box, Umbra? So that was an immediate positive reaction. I really thought it would just be the final arena, too. I absolutely thought that. Yeah, it's also been ages since Final Fantasy. They said this tier would be a lot different than the fights we normally get. I think that's true of every fight. Even M5, which is arguably the most traditional-ish fight, doesn't really pull any punches, I suppose. It's not like it's super hard, especially the big thing about M5 and M6 is they are super front-loaded fights. I don't think M7 or M8 is necessarily front-loaded. I think M8's harder in the beginning than in the end. That's really normal for long fights. Like, they do that with ultimates, too, where all of the mechanics in the earlier phases should be harder, and they want the last few minutes to be largely a choke check. Like, the tether mechanic, that's a knowledge check. The ultraviolet ray right after is just a positional check on how you dodged Hero's blow. It's a matter of like really quickly adjusting to do that last one. And then obviously it's an enrage sequence that just goes on for a while. The first tier though is a masterclass of 14 raid design. It's everything that you expect out of a traditional raid fight while still being relatively fresh. I think this is one of the best raid. I think this might be the best raid tier they've delivered collectively. Since I'm trying to think of which one would be the best tier overall. I'm trying to avoid using Midas and Gordius because they're just like it's such a different time. Because like Midas, I would argue Midas is probably the best tier they've ever delivered. I think, but it's literally like such a different like landscape. I'm gonna say since honestly, Promise might be the best one prior. If I were to exclude Midas, it might be Promise. In all honesty, I'll also be honest. I think P1 through 4 doesn't get enough credit. I think the first 4 circles of Pandemonium are also a lot better than people give them credit for. I think people think that the Phoenix's the orange shit is like some sort of like massive nerf over it. But the Phoenix fight is really fucking good. Just because the arena's orange doesn't change the fucking fight itself or your PF experiences. P1S was pretty standard. I wouldn't say P1S was substandard for a start of the expansion Savage though. But P2S is like the Hippo, whatever the fuck his name is an amazing second fight. I think Sugar Riot's probably the best second fight now, above that one. Oh, I guess I should compare it to second tiers. No, I mean the Hippo is great. Yeah, the Hippocampus was a really fucking good fight. And yeah, I think P1S was fine. It was as expected for a first tier. The only reason I don't say Verse. Anyone wanna repeat why Verse will never be in my top? Anyone? Because you should all figure it out pretty quick, right? I'll give you a hint. Got it? Birdnado. No, it's many birds. Thing was like a giant thing of white and dark krill. Except not nearly as menacing as they are in Gears of War. And honestly, I'll say this, E6. I wasn't wild about E6 is literally how many times can you do the same Ifrit mechanic over and over again? Like, I got, like, the punching, literally, it's just so, the punching mechanic is just, like, 90% of the fight. Garuda, you're like, why are you even here? And then Ifrit shows up and you're like, that's the boss. And then they come together and then you look at all the Ifrit mechanics like, that guy is still the boss. E6 is, like, fine. I don't hate it, but, like, tanks do. But it's only fine. 7, I will toss into a fucking bin and never pick it back up. Yeah. No, I like E5. I really liked Ramu. Ramu and Shiva were the big highlights for me there. Definitely. No, but I think this is the best tier. I think this is the best tier if I were to exclude Midas. And again, I'm only, Midas for its time is still, like, honestly, if you do low item level Midas, you're not ready for how ahead of its time Midas was. And I'm not boomering. Like, I've done it on low item level after doing current raid tiers. It's shocking how ahead of its time. Midas is the kind of tier that would release nowadays, but, like, balanced properly. Like, I shit you not. Like, A7 is still probably the best third fight in the game. And I don't even think it's a contest. I think All Thoughts is probably still to this day the best third fight in the game. It's incredible how well that fight has aged. Holy shit. But I think this one, if I were to exclude Midas, would probably be the best. But Cruise Chaser has way too many problems. It's a fun fight, but the phase skipping bullshit that is like, you can do it accidentally. You can manipulate it on. It's so fucking strange how like that entire bit happens. Like being able to skip the lapis, or like see the GA 100 at the beginning, or skip this, or like there's so many. Oh yeah, it's Halicarnassus is like a close second. I will say that. Halicarnassus is also one of the best third fights in the game. Yeah, like Cruise Chaser just has so many phase skip related shenanigans that it's like such a weird fight. Especially with gear. That fight got weirder and weirder with gear. You just started figuring shit out like that you had no idea existed. Fun fight still. Like despite all that, the fact that it has all that and it's still fun is wild, but no, Halicarnassus, no, Halicarnassus is probably the second best third fight. But All Thoughts is number one by a fucking metric mile. Yeah, a lot of people resonate with Titan and Eden's Gate. Titan and Eden's Gate was a pretty big shift in like how second phases were handled. It was the first one since Brute Justice, but it has a lot more grandeur than Brute Justice. I would say, honestly, my biggest problem with going back to Omega is Omega created really weird expectations about what final bosses were going to look like from that point on. Anyone who played Final Fantasy V knew we were seeing Neo X-Death. Everyone knew. Like, there's no way you fought X-Death and normal and didn't fight Neo X-Death and Savage. It was like, it was a fucking dead giveaway, right? From that point on, the perception of what a final boss in a raid tier should be has become warped and divisive. I don't think, I'll be honest, hot take, I don't think we need every final boss to transform into like a giant fucking Giga Chad. We don't need that for every single final fight. Everyone expects it, and then everyone argues about door boss versus not door boss. I don't think you need, like, I think something really cool that Savage players can look forward to is fine. But I don't think it needs to be like the level they've accelerated it to. Because it was like X-Death turns into Neo X-Death. Kefka turns into God Kefka. MNF turn into Final Omega. What would be a good alternative? I think just having a boss gradual. Oh, okay. Actually, I do have a good example. I'm going to use World of Warcraft for it. Garrosh in what's it called? Siege of Orgrimmar is I mean, honestly, WoW boss design, pretty good example overall. But where, like, let's say you go 33% of the fight and he changes, like, he starts to change, like something happens, right? And now something's different about him. And then you get to the end and he changes again, but he's still like, you never like looking at it going, that's not Garrosh. Like he just gets like bigger and bigger. Yeah, like extra mid-fight shifts into like something else. It just doesn't need to be a wall boss or some like giant monstrosity that like is just towering over you every time. A lot of bosses are like that in WoW. Yeah, they'll like start as themselves and then they'll just like gradually go madder and madder. Okay, let me comparatively give you great examples here of like times where like look at the Lich King in WoW. That boss never gets bigger, never transforms, and is a fucking menace the entire fucking time. That is a perfect example of a boss that when you go from normal to heroic, it is That is a fucking monster of a change without the boss needing to do a and nobody is like, oh, the Lich King didn't transform into a fucking giant skeleton, or, you know, what about Ner'zhul, or it's like, no, nobody is like, yeah, Lich King's like, so Defile. So how do you, like, Defile? Honestly, M7 is a great example of something you could do for a final fight. In all honesty, if a boss flung me between arenas like M7 did as a final boss, and then dropped me into a whole new arena for the last phase, that would do it. That would do it. Like, I don't think you need to have a massive transformation. And I'm not saying I don't like the transformation. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be that. It's one of those, there's more than one answer to the, there's more than two answers to the question. It shouldn't be door boss or not door boss. And that's the only two options. It should be boss or other boss or other, like, it's just that every boss should just be its own kind of creation. Yeah, like, what if Howling Blade, instead of turning into Braska's final Aeon, what if he just, like, started spouting, like, he attached all four, like, Fenrir's to his back, and they became, like, wing jets of different elements, and then he pulled out a second sword, and that was his final phase, and then you just had to, like, fucking deal with it. Like, what if that's just what he did? Yeah, Shiva, actually, Shiva's a good example. Shiva, they added a whole new transformation, but you still need to know. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't use Shiva. Shiva's a prime example of a boss that doesn't Giga transform. Shiva is the example of the boss that, like, yeah, you get the giant Hrace Velger cutscene, which, you know, you'd also don't need a cutscene, but still. But that's an example of a boss that, like, has something brand new, a phase that's unique, but the boss isn't, like, really any bigger or hasn't gone through, like, a massive, and still goes into those other phases from the earlier phase. Shadow Lord and June. No, even Shadow Lord. So Shadow Lord getting his armor is really strange. So that armor, for 11 players who stopped playing early, they may not have even known that Shadow Lord had armor. That was a Wings of the Goddess reference. And it was, first of all, Shadow Lord doesn't know how to shut the fuck up, which is fine, but, you know, hilarious every time I go and do Juno, and I'm just like, bro, I get it. You hate people. I fucking get it. Shut up. P4S is another solid example, yeah. Homeboy was like, everyone was like, dude, Orbone Monastery, the bosses talk so much. And Shadow Lord's like, watch this. But your funeral dirge has begun, and so on and so forth. Yeah, funeral dirge, got it. That's so funny. yeah, funeral dirge, whatever. Crab? Hey, wait, but I have my own dancing crab emote. Dude, Promethea is not gonna shut. I'm worried about Camelot and Ealdnark not shutting their mouth. You're worried about Promethea? I'm worried about Camelot and fucking Ealdnark. Those two are not gonna shut the fuck up, ever. Oh my god. It is now time for Crab. Yeah, I think we're at the point where they can't go back to unvoiced raid fights, in terms of, at the very least, nor the 8-player raids. I mean, at this point, they voice everything. They voice the trial. They voice the normal raids. Like, the only thing they didn't voice was chaotic. And quite frankly, I don't need Cloud of Darkness to have a voice. Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways. Oh. So yeah, but I guess getting back on track, obviously I want a few re-clears under my belt before I confidently say it, but I do think if it's not the best raid tier since Midas in terms of literally creativity, design, and I'd say overall difficulty balance is really good. I know some people look at the ad phase and they think maybe too much, but ad phase is a matter of players needing to develop a skill they haven't needed to. I think people really underestimate how effectively you need to be able to like retarget stuff and understand the space on the arena in the ad phase. And I think that's fine because if we train a skill, they can technically do things like that again, and then people don't have as much of a weird reaction to it. So that's like the only like questionable balance. I have 20 right now. It's cumulative. It's just unbreaks. I have 20 left over right now, such. But we already cleared. So at this point, like once I go to the dentist appointment, then my push-ups are like then whatever I have in stock, I owe. I owe 20 right now. Yeah. Also with gear, it's gonna be outscaled super quickly. With gear, it's gonna be super outscaled. Mm-hmm. Good morning, San. So yeah, they knocked it out the park. And almost everyone I've seen who was thinking about the Black Mage changes is now somewhat okay after actually seeing the raid tier and getting to play it in the raid tier. They're not 100% content, but they kind of refocused their thoughts onto the actual raid tier over Black Mage changes. Our Black Mage in our raid was like, yeah, it's fine. I wish it was more unique, but like it's fine. Yeah, oh, big thing, tank responsibility in this tier. This is what I expected after Valagar Manda. This is what I expected after Valagar Manda. When I saw that Valagar Manda tank buster, I expected this tier. And this was the tier I got it. Like, I don't play tank, but I can recognize when the tanks are just, I don't, like, why am I here? Like, I'm just here to take a few acts. But, again, Fru is cleared without tanks. Now, I know that's not, like, a good gauge because it's only 8 people, and it's not like everyone is doing it, and it requires something very specific to do. But that's how tanks felt on the inside, just being shown to everyone else. Like, okay, so M5, not the best example for tanks. I think M5 is pretty much the tank. Everyone's doing the same dance. I think it's thematic, and that's okay. You know what I mean? I think M5, it's kind of acceptable. It just kind of makes sense. It's literally designed to be like dancing with your raid. Like I think that's a fine like place for tanks to kind of not have a super unique responsibility. And they get it and they're not really worried about it, right? 6 tank responsibility is really high. Even the tank buster is at the very minimum a party position mechanic mixed with a tank attention span mechanic. There's the movement of the boss during the cactuses. There's the ability to place the boss during any of the mechanics on the floor. So the tanks actually have to consider, where am I going to put the boss? How am I going to drag the boss? How is that going to affect everyone else? Then you have the ad phase, which is a good mix of responsibility for everyone. You have the cooldown management on the Yans. You have the moves, the movement of all the ads. the cooldown rotations. Then you have the DPS responsibility. Even the DPS kind of win on that with the way they have to move from target to target. The stun responsibility on the Jabberwock. Why are you doing that, Jitter? Oh, Biff didn't crash out. He promised he was going to crash out about Black Mage after. But I did promise I would leave before he did it. So I guess I kept my end of the bargain. Thanks, Billy. Yeah, it's for some reason seeing your name, Jitter, reminded me that I didn't get to listen to Biff crash out about Black Mage. So yeah, Tanks got a fun time there. 7 is again, there's literally the main tank buster is mechanically. I will say there is still the problem of tank and Vuln skipping mechanics. No, I knew we weren't cooked. I was watching the cast timer on Ascend and I'm like, no, I know how long it is between towers. I saw the Ascend cast knowing full well there was no healing that needed to happen there. I was confident. When I saw Kyo die, I was worried. That's why I was making sure to make the call, like, res him on this platform, because I knew that it would just eliminate any potential errors and, like, needing to move and do that. All my calls are like, make sure they're resed on this platform, because if they're not, that would have caused the problem. So yeah, they definitely stepped everything up. Yeah, ad phase has always become, well, no. It's a skill check in low gear, and then it's a gear check with low skill. That's ad phases. It's skill check with low gear, gear check with low skill. It's a scale, in a sense. You know? It is the prime example of something that gets easier with gear. And then if you have high skill and high gear, then you blast through it and you're like, oh my god, that's so much easier. And then you're relieved. So the wolf head section, there's a common misconception, it seems. Killing the head doesn't cause a wipe. Killing a head while you have a magic vuln wipes you. If you're like, oh, we can kill this head, like, the big thing is that I do think you'll still have to hold. I don't think there's a universe where you knock out 60% of a wolf's... Maybe in max gear, maybe we will be able to kill it. And then just eliminate the thing. Because what ends up happening is, when you eliminate a head, it just insta-blows the thing up and removes the debuff from the person who has it. And then also, if the other head is alive, it damages the other head. So... the question is there a breakpoint where we have enough gear to skip both of the last explosions? And I think the answer is yes. I think at some point, we do the last bait and then just kill both heads. And that's the end of the fight. Yeah, the explosions damage the wolves. But if you if you kill a head, it blows up the respective orb or cube. And then that will damage the other head. Even though you're not triggering it, it's still exploding. And it does, I think it does 1 million damage. I think each of the wolves has 4 million health, doesn't it? I'm sorry, 5 million health. I think every wolf has, well, actually, I think the wolves have 4,999,996. Because the explosion does 999,999. And it's exactly 20% of their health. So just multiply that by 5. So yeah, I think there's a world where on the wolf heads, we just don't do the last orb break. I will say this though, there is still a different concern with that. Because if both of them explode at the same time, I'm pretty sure you still get a magic vuln. So you still need to make sure killing the one dragon head doesn't cause the second wolf head. Killing the first wolf head doesn't cause the second wolf head to instantly explode. So I think there is still some fuckery there, even if you can do that. You don't want like both of the explosions to happen simultaneously. Well, it'll get figured out. It'll be fine. It'll be all right. we figured out worse. What's gonna be? You guys aren't ready for how fucking funny Biss ad phase in 6 is gonna be. When you kill all the ads, the boss's timeline doesn't move up. You're just gonna be fucking sitting there waiting. They're just gonna be like. You're like, do something. Yeah, because the only thing the boss does is paint. Yeah, it's going to be like turn 13. The boss just paints the live paintings, does 2 of the ore explosions, and then the arrows. Anything else is just auto attacks from the boss there. Whispers, it's free DPS. It's free real estate. Yeah, it's gonna be a fucking cakewalk later. Thanks, Ox. But it's gonna be, the only thing is there's actually, I don't think there's that much time between, no, there is actually. The 4th set comes out. The 4th set is Jabberwock, Double Stingray, Double Moo, Yan, right? That's the last set that spawns, right? Jabberwock, Double Stingray, Double Moo, Yan. Uncat, gimme cat. Sorry, I forgot that. I'm trying to forget the cat. Is there a world where you kill? I don't see a world where you kill. Okay, so here's the thing. I say that, there's going to be a speed kill group. I guarantee you there's going to be a speed kill group that uses tank invulns on the Yan to cleave the boss in the moose. To then add boss damage, to add damage to the boss to try to kill as quickly into the lava phase as possible. We did win, yeah. I guarantee you that there's going to be a speed kill at some point where both tank invulns get used on the buffed up Yans in order to help speed kill the boss. Just for splash damage, and that's literally it. And I'm looking forward to that VOD. Because it's going to happen. And there's going to be like, what's the kill time on, what's the average kill time on that? Like probably 9.5 to 10 minutes. What's the enrage on M6? Does anyone know offhand? Good morning, Goulart. Does anyone know the enrage offhand for M6? Probably not, right? Because someone's gonna have to go look it up or like check a log or something. I'm trying to predict what the fastest kill would be. M6. I mean, like the fight itself has a hard enrage at the end. Yeah, I like that now that I'm available for pets. Ivy has not gotten over here. Good morning, Valtis. No, I haven't watched. I've not been on socials very much. I like glance over at Twitter every now and again. And that's about it. Since however long. I'm already capped for the week, right? Yeah. I'm gonna grab this hunt train real quick while I'm talking to you guys. It's a banger tier, yeah. 1124. Okay. I'm gonna predict a 7:30 clear at some point. On M6, 7:30. I think someone's gonna optimize it down to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Look, the car. That's the mount. That's the raid mount right there. Beep boop. Beep beep. I don't mind the car, but I already have this, so I'm good. I have no idea. I didn't even wait to find out. Thanks, Dan. It's a 4-seater? Okay. Figured it was probably multiple seats. It's a car after all. Our other car. I remember when people, when the Noctis car was added to the game, everyone's like, man, that's so fucking goofy having a car in Final Fantasy. Car gets shown on the live letter years later. Oh my god, I need it! It's Savage. That's lame. Should have just made it for Gil, like the bike. You know how many people complained about the fucking Final Fantasy 15 car? So many people complained. Meanwhile, I've got a motorcycle, a tank, a fucking floating rhino from Fall Guys. But no, the car is a problem. Back then, these things weren't there, so, you know, I can't really say much. Yeah, dude, the armored core mount is just in a few weeks. We're 18 days away from Cosmic. It's a rye, yes. Yeah, meanwhile, I see casual looking glamour, and I don't even glam, and I'm like, it's good that they just have another style in there. Oh, yeah, the original snowman was. And more recently, we have the prime snowman. I did my crafting and gathering for my platinum trophy, yo. Dude, there were so many people who were just... I saw a ton of people who were only mad that the car was a Savage mount and couldn't be purchased with Gil like the car. Like the bike. I saw a lot more disappointment in that regard, that it was locked behind doing content. Yeah, the 13 Platinum's done. I just need the 13-2 Platinum, and I have all the mainline Final Fantasy Platinums done. Then we can start the side titles. I'm not going to get to that 13-2 Platinum anytime soon, though. It only took me like 75-ish hours to get the 13 Platinum. That wasn't that bad. What do you mean I need to play the game? Yeah, it's very similar to the axolotl controversy. Oh, 10, well, 10 took longer, but didn't make me suffer as much. I also, what's it called? You gotta remember that I Yojimbo'd penance. So, I eliminated a lot of the frustration. Yeah, the axolotl was a huge controversy. Savage can't have cute mounts. Worst game to platinum? Probably 10-2. Ten-2 is probably the worst one. 10-2's worst part was making me play that stupid fucking extra game. I mean, I beat last mission in a day, but, ugh. No, 13-2's paradox endings are super easy. You just get the scope and then you just go do it. They're not even hard. If you don't know how to do them, they're hard, I guess. But, like, 10-2 is like, don't skip any cutscenes and make sure you speak to the NPCs in exactly this order. And make sure you don't miss a single piece of dialogue. And make sure you don't forget to check this menu or that menu and do this before the end of the chapter and do that at the start of the chapter. And remember that if you fart leaning left, that you're going to die of dysentery and lose the 100%. Like, who the fuck? I have Remake and Rebirth Platinums already. And then there's Last Mission. I think that, so, other than Fortune Street, I think the worst platinum might, across all of the games, might be Chocobo Dungeon. That's a super grind-heavy platinum. Insanely grind-heavy. That one could be a concern. It's a fun game. It's just a really long platinum. That's all. Hey, those are some of the best weapons, Techno. Can't blame you. I've heard that the new Cortana update looks great. They updated the visuals on the Cortana, the original, like the Realm Reborn relics this last patch, and I heard the Cortana in particular was a big winner in that regard. Bravura also. I mean, all the weapons look better, but I saw a lot of people specifically raving. Cortana is one of the better looking ones, to be fair. So I guess I can't really be surprised that a lot of people were excited about the Cortana update. Yeah, I missed my 100% in one playthrough this time. We figured it out when I went to New Game Plus. I forgot to check the sphere. There's a sphere that they force you to watch as part of the story. You also have to click into the menu and watch it again. So when I went to New Game Plus and I watched it again, I got it. So it only took me about 5 extra minutes to get my 100%. Which, thank God, I mean, I was ready to, it would have been easy to get the 100%. Because you don't actually need to get the secret ending. You just need to trigger 100%. So I didn't need to, like, play through the whole game again and get to the secret ending with the 100% on the file. I just needed to have it trigger the 100%. And that was it. However, that still wasn't the Platinum Trophy. The Platinum Trophy was still Last Mission. I can't believe Last Mission's a thing, dude. Thank God it's such a quick game if you know what you're doing. I, like, researched exactly the skills I needed and how to manipulate, like, getting all the power-ups that I needed by, like, resetting the tower with specific items. I was just like, oh, for the love of God, thank you. Which raid tier would be the hardest to heal on content? It was probably Midas. I mean, you're gonna have to go back to Alexander. Alexander's gonna be the hardest because the game was just built different back then. Obviously, we also had much shittier healing tools back then too. You watch Miyu's world first video of A4 and just look at his MP and it's fucking disastrous. Yeah, the last boss of last mission. Dude, that took a whole stream. That was like 8. I think I went over time on that stream just to finish it. Yeah, it's going to be Midas or Gordius. It's always going to be like on content. Hardest. Because that was the point where healers were really expected to DPS. And there was still aggro management, and there was still cleric stance management, and you still, yeah, like that's, yeah. TP was still a thing, yeah. Everything about it. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy IX would have been the worst platinum, if not for the fact that I cheated like a stupid little fuck, and I do not feel bad about it. Yeah, you had 3 different arrows. Arrow 1, arrow 2, arrow 3. Ugh. Yeah, Alexander, I've said it many times before. People can say as many good things as they want about Heavensward. Heavensward almost fucking re-sunk Final Fantasy XIV. Story was great. If you think Dawn Trail had like a bad release cadence or schedule or like content structure, I do not. So listen, be glad you weren't here for Alexander, because you'll wonder how he even made it this far. Imagine if everyone's complaint was the only thing to do in the game is the current raid tier, so there's no casual content, and then you have the raid tier and even the non-casual players can't do it. That's Heavensward in a nutshell until like creator. An expansion that released the content so bad it had to get remade within the same expansion and then get remade again 2 expansions later. Like, it was a bad time. No, Palace of the Dead was not good. So, Palace of the Dead soloing wasn't a thing yet. They didn't even add Necromancer until... this is how fucked this is. They didn't add Necromancer as a title until Red Mage came out, which tells me that was the moment they actually thought it could be soloed. They added Red Mage and Necromancer as a title at the same time, which was after Palace of the Dead 200 was out. They were like, yeah, probably now. Most casuals were not thrilled with Palace of the Dead. They, like, did it. And then moved on with their life. Yeah, there was no sustain potions. There was no red mage. It was... Palace of the Dead was rough. There was no solo... I had tried soloing through, like, as much as I could. And, like, I did it on Monk. And I was like, alright, it's whatever. Yes, Stormblood made Palace of the Dead good. Stormblood stays winning. That is what I'm saying. Stormblood made Palace of the Dead good. Stormblood stay winning. Stormblood haters in shambles when Stormblood... Everyone is still expecting Dawn Trail to dethrone Stormblood. I don't think it's unlikely. But Stormblood stays winning because Eureka is still goated to this day. So, yeah. Heaven on High, I would say... Okay, so while Palace of the Dead Necromancer started the solo community for Deep Dungeon... I think Heaven on High is where it actually had it developed a population, because Heaven on High soloing was something players felt was more achievable because it was only 100 floors. So a lot more people started taking it like seriously as something they could attempt. Shadowbringers killed it. What are you talking about? Palace of the Dead was popping off in Shadowbringers. It's still popping off now. Palace of the Dead is still probably the... I don't know if it's run more than Heaven on High, but it's probably pretty close. I think Heaven on High is just way more... Heaven on High probably has the higher solo clear rate because it's way more approachable. There's the instant floor clears that are added in. There's only 100 floors, so people feel like they can do it. I'd say the upper floors on Heaven on High are significantly harder, but at the very least, you get to the action faster. That's the big complaint about Palace, is that the higher floors, it doesn't get fun until the really high floors, and by then you're kind of burnt, unless you're like really into it. Oh, so by the way, I've been alerted. Everyone was wondering, we didn't see bunnies in the live letter for Crescent Island. I have been informed, and I would openly welcome a fact check, but apparently the trophy list for patch 7.2 has happy bunnies in it. There's like a, you know, find whatever loot with happy bunnies X number of times trophy, apparently, that was added for 7.2. So we do know that there's bunnies. No, there's magic pots too. Apparently, there's a bunny system and a magic pot system. If I'm understanding the trophy list correctly. They can't be happy. I'm happy. Yeah, so what if the bunnies are from Cosmic? Wait, does it say they're called happy bunnies? That's the important bit. Let me read the exact trophy here. The trophy itself reads, yes, it is open 10 treasure coffers revealed to you by happy bunnies in the occult crescent. This is the exact exact achievement text that was added to PlayStation and Xbox. It's the title of the achievement name was Where Rabbits Roam. And there's also In Pot Pursuit, which is 10 coffers revealed to you by persistent pots in the occult crescent. 2 separate achievements. There's also open 100 treasure coffers found during... Oh, that's a combination of pots and bunnies. That's what that is. Just go in and worry about it after you're already doing it, shouldn't you? Just have fun. Don't think so much. Explore. Now that's a lot of loot. Dude, there are days I will just throw at Eureka where I do nothing but bunnies and just talk to chat. And I am totally down to do that in the occult crescent as well. Some days you're just fucking burnt. You're just fucking burnt. And you just like, you know what? I'm just going to go kill some bunnies. I'm just going to kill the bunnies. I'm just going to go save some bunnies. This was a good tier, Bricko. Yeah, the bunnies just walk up and be like, hey, everyone. Happy Bunny here. Sometimes you just want a gotcha for free. We sure did clear. I have a dentist appointment in 24 minutes, and then we're going to do a biopsy on the raid tier. I'm going to record one. I'm going to highlight the VOD, put it on YouTube, and then I'll do the biopsy when I get back. They're just putting a healing cap in, so it shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Yeah, it was just sleep buff. Occult Crescent is what, May 27th? Last Tuesday of May. Listen, like, man, it's just so funny because the whole Dawn Trail discussion, heated, I put in quotes, discussion, every single person who does content in the game has done nothing but speak of the highest regard of the content. And yet, you already know that just like with Stormblood, you're gonna have the situations where down the line, everyone's gonna talk about how there's gonna be some people talking about how bad Dawn Trail was. They're gonna be like, did you do any content? Like, no. Just like Stormblood. It can't beat the Stormblood 2 allegations. It just keeps happening. Grrr. There was some hit or miss in Stormblood. Especially with the trials. I think we've also had nothing but good trials so far. The worst trial we've had is Zoral Jaw, in my opinion. And he's not a bad trial. I would not be like, oh no, Zoral Jaw. Not like Endsinger or Rubicante. Honestly, I don't even think... Honestly, the MSQ for point 1 and point 2 has also been good. And I don't even think point 0's was that bad. It just wasn't anything exemplary. This patch especially I quite enjoyed. I actually got to say thank you for playing before the party broke. Woo! That's the way I look at it, doo-doo. I am the power. I am the path. Cosmic Exploration is April 22nd. Dude, I didn't even mind that 7.2's MSQ was short because there was literally zero filler. It was literally just online the entire like 3 hours it took to do it. Such might befits a ruler, befits me. Gave us some great voice lines. MAS was really good. Oh, best of luck, Slasher. Yeah, the calling thing when people were like, that was a bit of a break. I'm like, really? Everyone all the time wants to call their favorite Scion. Now we're telling us to do it and it's a problem? Better that than fucking going and visiting them one at a time. Honestly, yeah, if this was Endwalker, we would have had to do one quest per Scion. And the patch probably would have taken another hour. I guess the patch MSQ probably would have taken another hour to hour and a half. And it wouldn't have been voiced. That's one of the ways, like, because that scene wasn't voiced already, that particular scene. I guarantee you, if it was a previous expansion, we would have gone to each of the Scions, asked them what they were doing, and it still would have been unvoiced scenes. Like, I could just tell. Yeah, point one's MSQ took probably about an hour longer, if I'm recalling correctly. And it was because of the cow sequence, which was mild fluff. It's Dawn Trail fluff. It's like world learning fluff. Well, given that the last boss of the Underkeep is literally the last boss of Kuja's hideout in Final Fantasy IX, yeah. That's, I don't think that's a coincidence. You gotta remember that Kuja's main theme, the entire theme of Final Fantasy IX is mortality. Like, that is literally the theme of 9, and it is the theme of Calyx as well. Calyx and Sphne's entire, like, bit, the preservation, is all about beating mortality. Kuja just couldn't accept that he was mortal, that he would die, and just fucking tried to destroy everything in the process, and that created Necron. So I think it's not Necron and not Kuja. Yeah, Calyx's entire like thing is trying to beat mortality. No, I think Calyx is dead in point 3. Thanks, Dante. All right, let me actually do my clear highlight now, so I don't forget to do it later. Because then we got to do the biopsy of the raid tier. I knew we were going to get it done so fast this morning. I knew it. I knew it was going to be super quick.
Right?
Yeah, but it's just funny. You beat Savage, it's like, here's a pair of glasses.
Give me the sage.
Here's a pair of glasses. Oh, no, I think the key is probably still going to remain a thing. Keep in mind, the key... that key's existence is one giant... what's the term? Not Chekhov's gun, right? Maybe it is. Maybe that is the term. What the f... Oh, come on. Twitch. Work with me here, baby. Is this the full clear? 4 minutes, 50 minutes, 2 seconds. Yeah, that should be it. All right. M8S clear. PoE 2 stream is going to be after the servers are live. Sometime after noon. I'll probably go right at noon. I've been glancing through the patch notes just to get an idea of things because I haven't had time to really look at them. Looks like a lot of really good stuff. Obviously, the map changes so you can actually respawn based on the number of modifiers is awesome. Huntress being added. I'll probably try out Huntress as well. Some of the new endgame bits being added here, I really like the idea of the extra exiles, the reliquary keys on the vault on the new endgame maps. Some of the changes to the way the maps work as a whole. A boss for each faction has been added, and the corrupted nexus. Areas of corruption have a central corrupted nexus as the source of the affliction. In the areas leading to the nexus, corruption will spill out from slain enemies and amalgamate. Yeah, looks really good. Added Ghost and Rogue Exiles. Yeah, I see that. The Ghost and the Rogue Exiles. tablets have twice as many mechanics as towers. Using higher tier waystones and towers now also increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is doubled, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many things as... Jesus Christ, that's a lot of things. Yeah, I've been glancing over through it. Increase the chance for rare monsters of 3 or 4 modifiers and maps. Final map bosses getting that adjustment. New crafting mechanic called recombination. No, right after the dentist appointment, I'm coming back and doing a raid biopsy. I have to wait till the servers go live before I can actually do my sponsored bit. Maybe like an hour before the servers go live, I'll like fully glance through the patch notes. It looks good. I mean, here's the big thing. For Path of Exile, they're really trying. I know the big thing they're trying to overcome right now is, why does Path of Exile 2 exist? What am I doing? I'm getting a healing cap put in. That's all. I had a crown that was like, that fell out / was damaged. That I got put in like, God, I don't know if it was 15 years ago. I'm 34 now. So yeah, 19. It was probably like when I was 20, 21. So maybe like more like 13, 14 years. We'll see. But yeah, it was fucked. So I've had it redone. The dental implant's been in for a few months. So now they got to put in a healing cap. And then I think they got to do a mold. Doubling down on the slow speed. Yeah, I honestly think that's better. But that's the big thing that they're really trying to overcome with Path of Exile 2 is just, why does it exist? You know, that's like the big thing I think they want to overcome, and I think they really want to overcome it. It's funny, though, because you know what? Path of Exile 2, playing it, is it weird? It makes me want to, like, for a day or two, revisit the Van Helsing games. Anyone else a Van Helsing ARPG? Like, not fan, but, like, has at least a fond memory of playing the Van Helsing games? Those were fun for, like, a week each. Listen, I don't want to revisit Torchlight. I'm done. I'm over. I'm way past that. PS2 Dark Alliance games. Yeah, that's another one. Bro, I'm telling you, man. I know it's not related, but give me a Champions of Norath remaster. Please. Please. I'm begging you to give me a fucking Champions of Norath remaster. I want it. I want it so bad. Champions Return. Just give me those. Just give me those, man. I have such fond memories of those. Yeah, no, Gauntlet I was obsessed with as a kid. Blue Knight needs food badly. Save keys to open doors. Oh, man. Bro, every time I think of a fantasy RPG with a card system, I think of Lost Kingdoms from FromSoft. I didn't know that was a FromSoft game until so many years later. Now that's a pull. I know, right? I didn't know that was a FromSoft game for a very long time. I played my cousin. Well, he pointed it out. He didn't really recommend it. We were at the rental shop together. It wasn't a Blockbuster. It was one called a West Coast Video, and he pointed it out to me. And he was like, "Oh, what's that?" I was like, "I don't know. I'll give it a try." I would replay Lost Kingdom. Listen, they added Armored Core 1, all the versions of it, to PlayStation. There's hope. All right? There's hope for Lost Kingdom, which was a GameCube game, at some point for Nintendo. There's hope. No hope's in Final Fantasy 13. Anyway. There are some titles that there's hope for. All right, I've got my dentist appointment in 10 minutes. So, I am gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to... I'm just gonna chill right here. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get on my bird. I'm going to put some text on the screen. And I'm going to turn my camera and my microphone off. Yeah, it's going to be that quick. I live across the street from my dentist. And putting a healing cap in should not take that long. I live across the street from my dentist. So, yeah, no, it should be a very, very quick. And when I say across, I mean literally one stoplight, walk across. Hi. The dentist does not know I'm a streamer. They've never once asked me about my profession. And that's probably for the better. So, I'll be back. Not that anything happens in my chat. But you know, let me, this one? Yeah, there we go. There, we'll do that. Alright. Alright, I'll be back in however long it takes. And if anyone asks, you can tell them I'm at the dentist. And when I come back, actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let me add some text. Be right back. Raid breakdown after. There we go. All right. Anyway, I will literally BRB.
Chat, should we start a scam train while streamer is away?
Srout just cheered 5,000 bits. Today, we celebrate the victory of beating a video game.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Grimory_Dragonova gifted a tier 2 subscription.
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, good thing we cleared before my dentist appointment because I forgot the healing cap is technically minor surgery. In other words, I should probably not do the raid breakdown just yet. I can talk about it, but I probably shouldn't do it. I have to keep pressure on it for the next hour. We could do it. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do it. It's just because I have to hold the gauze on the healing cap for an hour. And it's only been 10 minutes. Rest? Don't need rest. Just need to, you know, sound like this for 1 hour. And no matter what, I have Path of Exile in a little bit. Yeah, just slept 7 hours. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I knew it wasn't going to take more than half an hour, but I didn't know they were going to have to cut my gums open to do it. Hi, Ivy. See? See, I look mostly normal, but still. It would sound pretty funny. See? Just one side of my face, I have to keep my mouth closed. I don't think the hands-free thing is a problem. Thank you for the 5,000 bits, by the way. Yeah, I gotta make a video about that whole situation. Today is the last day I'm kind of waiting on new information about it. I've been holding off till I had, like, all the information I felt like I needed. No, I did not see the Nintendo Direct. Cat. Just sounds like you could be in the Mafia. What? That's how I always sound. How does this sound more Mafia? Give absolutely no context. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna fly. I don't think that's gonna fly. Yeah, you just have to keep the gauze on it for an hour to prevent... It helps prevent blood clotting. Is what he said. But it was nice and quick. You know, they just cut my mouth open real quick. Screw on the healing cap over the other thing, and then we're done. You know, no biggie. It went very quickly. That's not at all what that means. Yeah. I had to get a healing cap put in. I really need that all taken care of. Hey, Ivy, chill. Alright, come on. Yeah, they're all dead, exactly. Fuck, there's none to play anymore. Alright. Hi. Hey. Yeah, good thing we cleared before my dentist appointment was over because... I mean, story tier wasn't really that much harder than the average raid tier. Not for me, at least. The ad phase was probably the biggest spike in difficulty. But I don't really care about difficulty. I care about fun. And fun, it definitely was fun. As long as there's no gear checks ever, difficulty is rarely a concern. Especially post-top. Unless they do top again. Thanks, Trana. Yeah, all the fights were good. There were 4 good fights. And also, Cat. I mean, last tier was really good too, but I mean, the second tier is almost always a step up from the first tier. I'd say the only example of that not being the case is probably Pandemonium. Cat. She is drooling everywhere. I am smothered. You're being boarded in a few days, Ivy. I'm not going to see you for a while after Monday. I'm not going to see you for like over a week. No, I had minor surgery. I don't drool from minor surgery. She's being boarded. I'm not gonna say it's a friend. I mean, the place I board her is nice and all. See, your mistake is thinking I have any friends where I live. I'm sure I could. It would be possible. No, they have to be out, or they have to be boarded. She has to be boarded in like an actual boarding location. Especially being gone for that long. Yeah, she would not want to stay with another person. She's okay staying in like a kennel, but that's about it. Yeah, so she's gonna have her own little hotel room. But yeah, I gotta do it. Maybe later today I'll do it. But I've been waiting to do an update on everything that's been going on behind the scenes, because it's been very not good. Well, not everything's been bad, but like one thing in particular. After I get back from my travel next week, I'm beginning not a subathon, but like an incentivization-a-thon, and all that stuff is being sold or given away. Pretty much everything back there is being sold or given away. And that is out of necessity. Because I have been fucked for the last time. Can I eat solid foods? Wait, what? Well, yeah, I mean, I can't eat while this is going, and then I don't want to chew that side of the mouth while it's numbed. Going on vacation? Yes and no. It's not really vacation so much as it is I'm going someplace undisclosed. It's not vacation, I guess, but it's like, I don't know. It's not the same. I'll still be streaming a little bit while I'm there. Yeah, no, I was told not to eat anything until the numb goes away, just because they don't want me chewing on the side of my mouth. Out of town excursion. There you go. Yeah, I'll still be streaming. I won't be streaming next Tuesday, but I'll still be streaming. Probably not 7 hours a day, but I'll still be streaming while I'm there. For the moment, the location is undisclosed. It's not NDA, mind you. It's simply undisclosed. It is not NDA. I want to be clear about that. Hi, Ivy. There we go. Like, I could technically say, but I'm not going to. More specifically. Not yet, at least. You will know eventually. Mysteries, yes. Mysteries indeed. Normally, I don't actually do this for the full hour. Normally, he only tells me to do it for half an hour. Maybe for the healing cap, he wants me to do it for longer, but we'll see. He also expects me to be, like, in way more pain than I expect to be. Give me 2 Tylenol and then a leave, and I'm like, honestly, I'll probably be fine without any of that. Oh, the mess is mother related. Yeah, no. That situation is... I'll detail it more in the video, but I talked about it on stream a few weeks ago. And, yeah, I haven't fully figured out how I'm going to handle that entire situation. But, I really want to wait till I have information from today. And then after that, it's pretty much, what do I call it? It's story time, I guess. Ivy, stop. I know, you're desperate. You're desperate. Yeah, we cleared. I was going to do a raid breakdown, but I had a dentist appointment, and I didn't realize it was minor surgery to put in the healing cap. I was like, yeah, so the appointment will take half an hour. And they were like, yeah, we're going to cut your gums open. And I was like, oh. Probably a good thing we cleared before this then. Because otherwise I'd be doing callouts like, in, Cardinal, out later, out. Check your tethers. First wind. Second wind. Check behind you. Clockwise. No. Left. Right. Let me get that posted. Did you say out or ow? I don't even know. Alright, hold on. Let me go get a good screenshot for the UbTubs. Oh, you know what? Actually, I know what screenshot I could do. Yeah, I think there's a few stitches in there. I don't think it's very many, but I think there are a few in there. You know what? Actually, let me grab... I was thinking, what would make a good thumbnail? And I think... the transition, where it zoomed in on his face, is probably the... Oh, no, my fucking mouse cursor is there. Because I'm an asshole. The mouse cursor is just going to be in the middle of the fucking thing. Here, let's do that. No. I had a tooth. That tooth was pulled when I was 19. And I had a crown put in probably by the time I was 20. And then that crown failed catastrophically. Probably about 4 years ago, but I couldn't afford to go get it fixed because of my mother. And then finally, recently, like 4 months ago, I decided to finally get it fixed. No, but do they even do gas anymore? I've never once had gas at the dentist for any surgery. I've always just had Novocaine. Is M8S a furry? A furry would imply that he wants to fuck you. Or you want to fuck him. So you're going to have to pick which one applies to you. Furry is generally something that only applies to sexual attraction. Simply by being an animal-like creature, you're not a furry. For something to be furry-related, either you have to want to fuck it, or it has to want to fuck you. And you would subsequently have to be the animal in this case. So, if you think M8S is a furry, that means you want to fuck him. And if that's what you want, then yes. And actually, that makes you the furry, because furry is a sexual interest. It means you're into the fur. It means you're into the furries. Yeah, because furry describes your own an individual's own sexual interests. Furry is not a sexual interest. Yes, it is. If you're into fucking humanoid-like creatures that exhibit animal-like distinctions, or you exhibit attraction to said things, you are a furry. Simply being an animal-like creature does not make one a furry. You can't just look at a rabbit person and be like, that's a furry. That doesn't make any sense. No, that's a rabbit. Using it in any other context is stupid. Because then you're literally just changing it. Identifying with an animal persona. 90% of the time it's sexual. Yeah, they're just yeah, there you go. Something is just I can't say it with the fucking gauze in my mouth. Anthropomorphic. I can't get the P sound because I can't close my lips. Just because a creature is ah! What I trying to say it more than once? Anthropomorphic! The P is really fucking me here. It takes a lot of conscious effort to get to that sound. The reason why I would say furry is entirely a sexual term is because there's already a term, anthropomorphic. Calling it furry means it's a reduction down to an identified sexual interest. Or let me rephrase. Oh, okay, no. We've got the distinction. The impact Bugs Bunny in drag had on public? No, you mean the impact that Lola Bunny had on young children. Listen, look nowhere but Lola Bunny. All right, that's it. That tells you a lot about a person. Everyone's like, this doesn't make sense. Yet you look around you and everyone's like, what's wrong with you? Crystal Fox? Really? We're going for the fucking Star Fox Adventures? Sage Weapon dropped. Listen, yeah, they were just anthropomorphic. Listen, let me put it this way. There's a reason why people use Lola Bunny to refer to furries. There's a reason for that. Because all she is anthropomorphic. And yet people use her. She doesn't she's a bunny. She just is a bunny. That's it. She can't be a furry if she doesn't just associate with a persona. And yet people use her as the furry example. This is what I mean. There's an educated difference between anthropomorphic and a furry. Yes. See? Look at where it went immediately as soon as I brought up Lola Bunny. No! Makote is... See, it doesn't make any sense. A Makote is not a furry by definition. They are anthropomorphic. See, this is the problem. This is a cat-like creature. That is just what they are. They're not trying to associate. That's just what they are. This is the problem with the line that's being drawn here. Hrothgar is not the line. They're also a cat-like creature. This is the problem. Do you understand the problem here? Even my own chat can't make up their mind. And they're supposed to be the experts. Listen, I know someone who's a monster fucker. Very different. Because they don't want to fuck rabbits. They want to fuck Godzilla. And that is very far from being a furry. Alright? I don't think you'd say someone who looks at Godzilla and is like, it's a scaly. No, it's specifically Godzilla. What did you walk into? Chat not being able to agree with their own arguments except for like one or two people that actually have something formulated and make sense. Listen, if you follow enough people on social media, you know that someone's a monster fucker when they post a picture of Godzilla and go, now hear me out. Alright? That's the sign. If they post a picture of Smaug, it's not just, you can start breaking it down into more subgenres here, obviously, but that's the overarching. Kind of drugs? My chat brought this up. This is chat's fault. Chat's never wrong. I have a single friend who identifies as a monster fucker, and it's very obvious. And if she was here right now, she would have a lot to say. It is not Tiff. Chat's never wrong. Well, I hope she gets some soon. That's a sentence. Yeah, Tiff would probably identify as a meteor fucker. If I had to give her a term, that's probably it. That's her term. She can have that one. Ardbert / Meteor. Listen, Ardbert's just a reflection of Meteor. Alright? It all works. Nobody would ever do that, David. Nobody would ever do that. Hello, Scarlet. Yeah, I cleared the raid. I'm getting it uploaded to YouTube, and then I had a dentist appointment, and I had Path of Exile in 3 hours. Okay, here's my M8S clears. Oh, right. I wanted to get this. Is said friend of beat? No. Just need a quick screenshot. Look, I did it alone. And now he's dead. We'll save no one.
The match is decided. Victory goes to the challenger.
There you go. That's the one. Upload the clear time? I don't remember. It says in the VOD. It says on the top right. It would have been, like 6:36 a.m. Pacific or something. I don't know. Yeah, let me just look real quick. Okay, I mean, I got the VOD in front of me right now. It's processing, so I can't... Oh, wait. 6:22? Yeah, it's still... Yeah, 6:22 a.m. 6:22 a.m. What am I biting on? Gauze. Yeah, 6:22 a.m. Pacific. Alright, yeah, let me do that. I was gonna do the raid breakdown after I got back, but I didn't realize they were gonna numb me. So, not the greatest idea. So I'm just getting the clear uploaded to YouTube. I've got to do a breakdown, a thoughts video. And we're doing State of the Realm tomorrow. I should see if Whoops wants to join that. Morning, Sheriff. Let me add this. MAS. Post-raid dentistry? I'd rather do post-raid dentistry than post-dentistry raid. One of these two works better than the other, and I'll leave it up to you to figure out which one. Yeah, I got Path of Exile in a few hours. Oh, right. Did I forget to do this? Oh, I did that for all of them. Shit. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'm just glad I don't have to do my calls with a numbed mouth. Yeah, I figured it's probably best for me to try out Huntress instead of doing maps, because well, I mean, I assume I'm gonna have to anyway, unless I want to do. I don't know if they have like they have an economy reset, so I don't know if we can't level or if we can't use our. Well, I don't know if it's an actual new league for us. Is it an actual like league with an economy reset, or is it just their economy? I haven't been able to go through all the patch notes yet. It's a new league. Okay, yeah. So I was gonna do Huntress. Okay. I'm not gonna have enough time to actually do the league itself. I could next week. Next week I'm traveling, and while I'm traveling, I could in theory play a little bit of the league. Yeah, obviously a standard and graveyard, but I don't want to do that. Yeah, I thought it was a new league, but I kept getting conflicting reports from people. So I was like, okay. I'm almost ready to take the gauze out of my mouth, by the way. I need another 15 minutes or so, and I can take the gauze out of my mouth. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's not done processing. Oops. Wait a little bit longer, please. I mean, all the new corruption stuff looks like it's enough. It is, but I've been very preoccupied, thinking I keep forgetting to do it. That's all. Somebody else asked me about that the other day. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do that right now. Yeah, it's not like a PoE 1 league. Hold on, I'm actually going to do this right now. Where is State of the Realm? State of the Realm, State of the Realm. I don't remember the last... Hold on, let me check the last State of the Realm I had uploaded. While I'm waiting on my mouth to unnumb anyway, I might as well do this. While it's being discussed. Yeah, my life is... There's been a lot of good things happening in my life lately, but there's also been a handful of really shitty things, and for several weeks, the really shitty things were making it really hard for me to keep up with the majority of my external responsibilities. Let's see. Yeah, there's 3 State of the Realms that need to go on to SoundCloud and Apple Podcasts and all that. It took me 2 seconds to do it like this. I gotta download them all and render them for audio. No, I have a sponsored stream in 2.5 hours. There's no point in me stopping. Well, let me get rid of all that. That's good. All right. Yeah, I'm going to try out Huntress. Because we don't have fist weapons yet. Until we have fist weapons, I'm obviously just kind of doing whatever. Because I want to be I want a fist. Give me the fist. All right, here's $3.95. Question mark? What's wrong? I mean, I guess sometime after noon today. All I was told was sometime in the afternoon to do 2 hours. And so after noon, I was like, fine, noon. No problem. There you go. It's noon. There you go. All right, there's so I'm doing 395 now. That'll take like 2 minutes. Oh, we did like 3 polls before clearing today, I want to say. I told you sleep buff is real. Although the very end of our poll, our clear poll, oh. No, I think most people are staying awake. Bro, I was about to crash out from that almost wipe. I was like, for the love of God, just don't fail any platforms and we'll take care of the rest. That was it. I was like, just don't fail any platforms and we'll take care of the rest. Alright, there's one State of the Realm. Let me do, I think 393 is what I said. Yeah, here's 394. Let me do that one. Well, it's noon Pacific. Yeah, noon Pacific specifically. Noon Pacific! Don't worry, the gauze is coming out in like 10 minutes. Then I can at least talk somewhat normally. Then I should be able... Well, we'll see how my speech is with the numb mouth. I might be willing to do it with a numb mouth, just not with the gauze, obviously. I'm just taking care of State of the Realm real quick, because I haven't updated it on the podcasts in weeks and weeks. And we have other stuff. Alright, that is number 2. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out. Like, I want to keep up with it as well as possible. Okay. Let me just check something real quick. All right. Yeah, I've had to replace someone mid-prog before. I have no idea. I usually don't step into the ends. The only reason I step into this one is because Limsa is super easy. Alright, that's 2 State of the Realms. Good, this gives me something to do right before the gauze comes out. And then 3 State of the Realms, and all of them can go onto the podcast app immediately. Zoshia still. I mean, I thought Zoshia's fight was pretty fun. Alright, and then render number 3, and then hopefully we'll see how I speak once this is out. Yeah, we cleared like first thing this morning. Thanks. I was just glad we got it done in no time at all, pretty much. First phase 2 pull, but not our first pull of the day. It was like 2 or 3 pulls in. Something like that. What is this? Okay, that's good. Okay. Yeah, fortunately, we were done pretty... I knew it! I knew it was just going to be sleep buff and then clear. I knew it! Alright, let me do these uploads one at a time for State of the Realm. What the hell? Where is the old uploader? Alright, let me get the State of the Realm names correct. Okay, I think that's one. God, I hate this new uploader. It's so shit. Oh yeah, PF is absolutely going to do the super cooldown shred. It's so fucking easy. For M8S, absolutely. It makes that whole phase super fucking easy. No way they don't do it. I refuse to believe it. Wait, what the hell? Hey, Thick, out of curiosity, when was the last State of the Realm released on podcast apps? Because I've been uploading them up until like 3 weeks ago. I haven't uploaded one in 3 weeks, and that's it. But I'm looking over this now, and I'm curious. Why is... It says a month ago. Okay. Well, that's good at least. Why won't it let me... Yeah, now this fucking new uploader is so shit. Just upload the fucking track. That's all I want to do. Okay, I think that worked. Just want to make sure that it's not fucked up. Yeah, I'm trying to do someone a solid right now and actually get these uploaded. I guess once it's processed, I'll know better. Alright, the calls could come out in 4 minutes. Then I can actually have a good conversation that doesn't sound like I've got a dick in my mouth the whole time. I think you're like 40 minutes behind on stream, Heretic. Thanks, Flux. Yep. Well, that was fast. And then I'll upload this last track and hopefully that achieves what I want it to. Well, I mean, I know how it works, Heretic. A, you're really behind on stream, so I don't even know when you'll hear this. B, I know how it works, I just wasn't sure if that's what they were doing since it wasn't an actual league. Since it's like, there's no actual mechanic, so it was confusing. But now I do know, so it's fine. Alright, hopefully that does the trick for SoundCloud stuff, which will then propagate to everything else. Alright, and... With that. Ugh. Alright. Obviously my mouth is still numb, but thank God that's out. Still can't feel half of my face, obviously, though. Yeah, that's why it was confusing, Psycho. You understand. Good morning, Flynn. I hate being able to feel one side of my mouth and not feel the other side of my mouth. It's the worst feeling. Test your peas. The peas are still not so great. Mm-hmm. Cranberries. No, they told me not to eat. They said, don't eat till your mouth's not numb. Which makes me really regret not eating before going to the dentist. Because I was like, oh, whatever. It'll be fast. God. I just need today to pass by quick. Chewing gum when your mouth is numb? Yeah. That's why they said not to do that. Which, to be fair, I know I've done it before. I've chewed the side of my mouth to oblivion before. But I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna do as they ask. I'm not even gonna. I know the limit on myself, but I'm just gonna do that because I would rather everything about this crown just be settled. Yeah, anthropomorphic is not that much easier to say without the gauze on my mouth. Definitely don't want to upload a video of me doing the thing with my mouth still half numb. Yeah, M7 was good. I said there would be 0 transitions. At most, they do 1 because of markers, but they did there are lines on the floor. And they were like, listen, there are lines on the floor. Oh, wait in the game, wouldn't we always? I think everyone wants that for the most part. Yeah, I had a hard time seeing half of the line. Like, some of the lines were super hard for me to see, personally. I still have to do 20 push-ups. I still have to do those. There are lines on the floor. I didn't even have any coffee this morning. I had to drink pre-workout for my caffeine. I drank a non-stim pre-workout, but I had to drink my pre-workout. There's nipples and there's lines. Dude, I did predict the donut boss. That's correct. Although I didn't think it would be 5 broken arenas. I thought it would be like, you know, 1 big donut, not 5 separate teleportable arenas. Yeah, I'm not even playing the Monster Hunter update. No, it doesn't work, Terra Neil. It's fully resisted. I checked that. Oh no, I'm all done, Lindar. I've already cleared. A mochi donut. Yeah, that was the first thing I tested was leg graze. Yeah, it can be. I asked my raid to check and they never did. I literally asked them in the first poll. I said, check to see if those could be slept, please. They never did it. So I never got my information. Yes, tier was really good. I wanted to do a breakdown. Like, I'm talking about it now, but I wanted to do a formal breakdown. Oh, by the way, Graham, I didn't see that you gifted a tier 2 sub to Aqua. I'm going to add that to the total for the push-ups at some point. That'll probably be the last one I add. Yeah, I was going to record my breakdown. Because I do a breakdown video and I do a thoughts video. I do them as 2 separate things. Because I can usually summarize my thoughts in about 15-20 minutes for a raid tier. For the breakdown, it's literally how did we land on each individual decision and why? And like, what could we have done differently, or what did we discuss doing different? It's a lot about trying to teach people, when you see a mechanic, how your brain needs to be able to process how to solve it. That's a big thing. That's why my guides tend to be longer than most guides, because I don't want to teach people how to do the fight, how to beat the fight. I want to teach people how to do the fight. I want them to understand that how the game works, because when you understand how the game works, if like something's going wrong, you can fix it. If you're doing prog with a group and you've never done it before, you can contribute. If you're having trouble with a mechanic, you can understand how to think of it in a different way. If you're having trouble communicating to a raid member how to do a mechanic, you can think about it in a different way. Like when you go into PF, there are some people who are like, I'm not going to call them PF legends, but like, and I don't mean in the ultimate sense either. I mean, just like, that's what they do. And like, that's all they do, but they are fucking dumb as dicks when it comes to actual prog. I have raided with people who are like PF parse gods, who are the fucking worst prog players I've ever played with in my life. I've done WoW dungeons with better prog than with some of those players. I literally haven't even looked at anything for the Switch whatevers. I haven't watched the direct at all. They are awful. Because they have no idea how to actually play Final Fantasy XIV. They just know how to press the buttons on their job and follow a diagram. It's not even about, no, it's not even about the difference between being able to follow directions or figure them out. That's not it. The problem is it's like they're playing Time Crisis at a fucking arcade. They're just on rails the whole time. That's it. They only know how to be on the rails. You give them any amount, you make them do any amount of thinking and they fucking fall apart. And then they crash out about other people who can't do it. That's the funniest thing. They just crash out whenever anyone else does anything that isn't according to the plan. They just full blown, and yeah, immediately too, like, instantly crash out. I'm talking about a type of person, not a specific person. They're the kind of person who instantly in one pull, they hit you with this. You're one pull in, someone makes a mistake, right? And they instantly hit you with this. We good? Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch the thing, so I have no opinion of my own on the direct. And then they fuck it up and still blame someone else. Those are usually the people who, okay, listen. I'm gonna expand this statement to be as clear as possible. I like different styles of guides. I think having Hector guides is better than not having Hector guides. But the people who only learn from that and never learn how to play the game are the first people to crash out in PF. It's just how it is. It's not his fault. I've learned, I know from over the years, as you do what you do as a content creator, people will try to tie it back to you, and it's not your fucking fault. It's like Ilya strat for E8S. The man did no harm, and the strat was perfectly solvable, and everyone else was the one crashing out over it. It's literally the same thing. I'm just saying that when people just look at a diagram and they try to strictly stick to a diagram and not actually learn how to play the game, those are the people who crash out the hardest. Those are also the first people to do this. Can I just go west instead? Can I just have northwest? After like one pull, they'll just be like, no, that's it. My tolerance has hit its maximum. What's going on, Axel? They memorize. Yeah, all they do is memorize. People don't understand that if you just learn how to play the game, the number... Okay. This is a piece of advice to everyone here. The number of PFs that you will successfully join goes up substantially when you, as that one player, are capable of doing whatever strat is posted, regardless of which one it fucking is. Because it A, means you actually know how to play the fucking game, and B, it means you won't be the person who whines and leaves when the fucking plan goes awry. That's why there's a... Have you ever wondered why good players are able to get through the PF consistently? Even though it's the same PF everyone's dealing with. Same exact pool of people. Have you ever noticed there's a distinctive difference between players who like really go that extra mile to understand how to play and their PF experience, which is still hilarious and bad, but their success rate of either A, getting through in a week, or B, clearing faster in general? It's because you are 1/8 less of a problem. That is the reason. You have added a 12.5% chance of success in a regular Savage or Ultimate PF. That, it raises your chance of success substantially. If you just learn basics. Chaotic Alliance raid on PF was a disaster. I'll tell you this. Chaotic Alliance PF had two problems. Two. One, there's 24 people. Honestly, that's like 80% of the issue. The other 20% is broken up, but it's both part of the same reason. Half of that 20% is the strategy that became standard. Half of it. I know I said it's only two things, but realistically this 20% is all one thing. The strategy that became standard, I analyzed it. I broke it down. It was not a good strategy. It just wasn't. For the amount of risk with 24 player body checks, it was not great. But there's a second half to that coin. The other half to that coin is If everyone had been committed to the same strategy the entire time, that wouldn't have mattered. If whatever strat was picked, every single PF and every single person in the PF was committed to doing that one and only that one, that would have increased the success chance. So, like, yes, the raid plan for Chaotic, the standard, what became the standard PF raid plan, I analyzed it as someone who has been raiding in this game far longer than most other people. It was a bad strat. It was bad strats, like, for all the platform related stuff across the board. Would not have recommended like 60% of it. Especially the lineup of 6 across the wall. I can't trust people to spread more than like 2 fucking... Spreading is the hardest thing in the game. Sticking 6 people on one side to spread out is not something I would ever wish upon anyone. The actual choice of where the parties were, also infinitely worse. The just spot heal the random fucking fizz range from the other alliances. Okay, so here's the thing. In theory, spot healing that range is not the end of the world. I can do it. I have done it. I've absolutely spot healed a ton in that fight. I healed that entire fight. I healed throughout all of Prague in that fight. And I healed the re-clears of that fight. Oh, I'm familiar with healing that fight. It can be done. But I can also tell you, it fucking sucks. And deliberately setting up a strat where you have to spot heal someone who's out of range of 2s, out of range of AoE heals, out of range of MIT, effectively putting them on an island by themselves is never a good idea. That is something we actively fight to avoid in normal high-end content, is unless a mechanic 100% demands certain positioning and we figure out we just have to deal with it, we always look to avoid an individual being so isolated that they cannot be reached by anything. Whether that's moving a healer or moving that person to another position. In M8S, the brain dead strat for tethers at the very end, the near far tethers, you run into a potential issue where your healers are on the opposite side of the room as the tank and cannot heal them. And that can be a problem. Depending on, now, there are other, and then, so what are the elegant solutions to that? The elegant solutions are the near tether needs to let the healer step up and reach the tank on the far platform. The other solution is to, well, and then the tank also steps forward with their nearest person. As long as the far tethers stay, like, there's solutions like that, right? The solution of just spot heal is not a solution. It's a terrible idea. My point is that the chaotic raid plan strat made it worse, and people wanted to do it differently and made it worse by just not committing to that plan. It was like a double fuck. It was like a double-sided dildo of fuck. There was just no good outcome to the way that ended up panning out. Too much resilience to just all converging into one plan, and the plan that was picked was the worst plan. If either of those things had been changed, it probably would have been slightly better. But only slightly better, because 80% of the problem was 24-player body checks. Thanks, Flo. That's like the majority problem, was the actual fight design having a 24-player body check. But we could have had 20% more interest and 20% more success. And technically, we still could, but we won't. Oh. Now I'm waiting for my mouth to unnumb. Anyway, this raid tier was really good. Yeah, JP is the statistical example of just commit to one strat and learn that strat. And even if it's not good, it'll be better. Literally, JP has had some terrible strats for PF. Like, they've had some historically awful strats, but everyone knows it and everyone does it. No one complains, and they just fucking do what they're told, and they shut their goddamn mouths. And they're just like, I am here to be a part of a goddamn team and to succeed. I'm not here to fucking dick measure and only be able to do one thing that's in a diagram and never do anything else. They post a motherfucking macro. Motherfuckers type out their spots. They do the mechanic for that spots that's in the same macro because the macro has all the guides in it as well. They don't have a fucking external link that leads to 9 other external links that somehow still lead to more external links to communicate. Bitch, stand northwest. That's it. The pace spin era of Final Fantasy XIV in NA has me crashing out. Pace spin era of Final Fantasy XIV is the worst era that's ever occurred. It works. I think that over conformity is why NAEU have a lot more top 50 clears than JP. Nobody gives a shit if you were the first 50 groups to clear it. They give a shit for about 5 minutes, and then they click on the next stream that's working on the fight, and then they go into the PF and crash out because because everything's going wrong. Nobody gives a remote fuck about JP having less top 50 clears when they have like 10 times the clear rate of NA and EU collectively. NAEU has also top 50 in crash outs. Top 50 clear replacements, top 50 crash outs. They're the same. Yeah, and those top 50 clears end up disbanding and reforming every every 3 months. Literally, the top 50 teams literally just trade members every 4 months. That's it. They all know each other. Like, yeah, I was in this static in 0.2. Oh yeah, and then with that person I was that static and then in 5.2 and 5.4, and then that one in Uwu, and that one and they just fucking trade. They just like they just like loop their arms in a ring like this and just hop around each other over and over again like this. No, higher ping has nothing to do with the clear rate. No. Higher ping has nothing to do with the clear rate. It is entirely a behavioral problem. There you go. They gang pile, crash out on one dude, reform the entire group. That one dude does the same thing to some one other dude, another group, and it just loops indefinitely.
Chaos.
Desi, thank you for the subscription.
Chaos.
Does this ice just subscribed with Prime?
Thank you for the Prime sub. No, it is entirely a behavioral problem with NA and EU versus JP. You wouldn't consider yourself? I usually just join groups that stay together and then find new groups when the group I'm in disbands. I can think of 2 times specifically where I've said, this group is not for me. Why does this sound like an analogy for Greek houses of everyone jerking each other off thinking they're better than everyone else? I literally had a scholar in Titan hard mode and first coil who was playing to North America from a military base in Korea and had over 500 ping before factoring in the 300 built-in ping from the game. And I would still play with that player over some of the other individuals that I had played with over the years. If they had that exact same ping, there are times I would still opt to play with that person in the same conditions. He dodged weight of the land by seeing into the future. He was like, I'm going to stand over here, and when weight of the land is the next mechanic, I'm going to start moving before it starts casting. I did coil with that person. Successfully. Tight hard mode and coil. Thanks, Nix. Yes, that is what I mean by behavioral. NA and EU, everyone has their own individualistic values. JP has team-based values. They understand it's far more important to be somewhat malleable with the people you're playing with on JP than it is on NA or EU. In NA and EU, a lot of people join a group, they see 7 other people and are like, y'all better do your fucking jobs. I'm here for my shit. JP shows up, they're like, hello everyone, we will be successful together. I have studied my role, I will do my best, and hopefully we will find success. What can we do to make NA? You can't. Bro, take one look at the average North American person, not player, person. There's no fixing it. It is the product of years and years and years of conditioning. Burn it down, start over. It's a cultural difference. There's a reason why some Western players just accept ping and play on JP with even other Western players playing on JP. Because they know these are the people who get it. They know. They're like, listen, even if I'm just only playing with other Western players on JP, I know they get it. I know they've seen the light. All of OCE's clears, almost all of them, they're on JP also, don't forget. They're not actually going to clear on OCE, they're going to JP, they know better. Even with the English-speaking people on JP, they know they're better off. Can't blame him either. Gotta get out of the Waffle House. Everyone just vibing on Tonberry, dude. Not even wrong. Just let me visit EU, please. That was a hell of a discussion that started with talking about the raid tier, then chaotic. Let me just put it this way. After finishing this raid tier, it was good enough to the point where we're just crashing out over things that have already happened and not about what's currently happening. Just saying. It's a good sign. Raid tier was good. Thought it was really good. Probably the best raid tier we've had since Promise. It's probably better than Promise, in all honesty. Biff better be buying a fucking left side piece on Tuesday. I tell you what, better be buying a fucking left side piece on Tuesday. Sorry, something funny. A very funny coincidence happened. Dude, EX4. Really good fight. What's going on, Cameron? Alright. Oh, getting a Switch 2 drama. Yeah. Didn't see that one. Oh no, EX4 is great. But again, PF. Again, if everyone just committed to one. Okay. I'm gonna say something about PF EX4. Why would you do the front and back of the boss for the second set of cleaves? For two reasons, I question the north-south. Reason number one, you want to line up on the boss hit ring. It's much less visible from behind. It's basically you have to look for the little circling ring because the actual back ring isn't there. The I'm targeting this circular thin ring, which as colorblind person is tough for me to see. The whole fight's rough on colorblind. So that's number one. Versus having the actual flank side of the boss while she's casting the spell. That's just me. I think it's easier to see on the flank where the boss ring itself actually is. Could just be my visuals. Just makes more sense to me. That's fine. Number two, you already do east-west for a mechanic. Why would you not just do east-west again? And it can't be for positionals for two reasons. One, if you do east-west, the boss is going to turn east and west, which means the DPS group would in theory always be behind the boss. It's just that the boss will turn after you've gotten into position, but you at least are very confident in that position being where you're supposed to be. So the main thing is it's easier to see, and you already do east-west for another mechanic. Am I crazy? Or would it just not be better to just keep doing east-west, because you'd be like DPS east, you could just be DPS east for every mechanic and supports west for every mechanic. Am I crazy, or is that not just like a really easy way of doing that? Am I crazy? Hey, what's going on, Almia? Ooh, nice. Congratulations. You're doing a good job. Did you say? Yeah. It's just that the PF was fighting between north, south, and east, west. It was another PF fight. And I was just like, why not just send... I do think that for Bloom 4, yeah, Bloom 4, sending the DPS to the right, looking at the boss, and the supports to the left was better than east-west. It's like a relative east-west, so it's like the same idea, but instead of looking at the B and D markers, you're like, yeah, just go right and go. And that to me made more sense after the fact. 100%, just go right, just go left. Yes. Relative Bloom 4, 100%. Completely agree with that. Because even then, it's still... the DPS are going the same, going this way, and the support's going this way. You know what I mean? Relative Bloom 3. Yeah, all we did... so what we did for Bloom 3, I actually really liked. We just got into our color buddy spots. And just... you basically just end up having, like, a small quadrant of potential spots that are yours. And if it's for some reason doesn't work out, it'll work out for every other person. You just squeeze in the last spot. That to me made a lot of sense. Like for our prog, it like eliminated all the thinking for everyone. So it seemed to work well for everyone in our group. But again, yeah. Personally for me. Yeah, but we don't care about them, Curry, because they have to learn to do it a different way anyway. It wouldn't even change that. They still need to learn how to do it properly. Oh my god. Yeah, there she is. It's too late. The conversation's been over for like an hour, Syra. I told you this happened like an hour ago. I was saying an hour ago, it's like, listen, I know someone who's a monster fucker, and if they were here, they'd have a lot to say. Everyone's like trying to figure out who it is, and I'm just like, it's not Tiff. Oh no. I've never seen Syra jump to... I looked at my phone, and I'm gonna read the exact text. Actually, funny coincidence. An hour ago, my chat got into a discussion of furries versus monster fucking, and I was like, where's Syra when I need her? I've never heard her. I can honestly hear her saying this, even though I'm reading it. She just says, "I'm coming," and that's it in all caps. I've never seen such a launch to action immediately. I've been in your stream enough. I'm pretty sure you've said it at some point. It's like in my brain cells somewhere. There's a 100% chance that you have said that in an all caps manner verbally. There's a 100% chance that that's happened. A 0% chance it has not happened. How is that spelt? Correctly. See? She gets it. She understands. She knows. That's the thing. It's like, it's just obvious. It's not even a surprise. It's just like, yep, that's just, yeah. Probably like 3 times a week. Mm-hmm. She said worse than that on stream. Way worse. And worse? Better. Same? Similar in that vein. Similar enough in that vein. I don't know if you'd call it... Chat always says, I've heard worse. And it's like, is it really worse? What's worse? What defines worse? You know? What really defines worse in this case? What's going on, Galwar? Like, the things I say, people will be surprised, and then they'll be like, I've heard Hap say worse. Was it worse? I'm going to read this out loud. Have I ever told you about the Samoyed furry who posted not safe for work Samoyed porn that would reply to all my pics of Waldo telling me how much they loved him? I respect furries, but maybe compliment my dog on another account. Anyway, didn't mean to derail. Well, you can regret reading it all you want because you heard it too. Yeah, protect Waldo. I mean, I think Waldo would just win in a fight with most people. Okay, remember earlier when I said, you know someone's a monster fucker when they post a picture of Godzilla and say, just hear me out? I may not have been pulling that example out of my ass.
It's huge!
Someone's pulling something out of their ass in that case, though. Anyway. Maybe it's not just the handcuffs is why I get Adam and Eve ads on Twitter. Maybe it's not just the handcuffs. Beginning to think that's not the only reason. What did you miss? Nothing. Oh, Jitter. Good thing we cleared before I went to the dentist. I had to keep gauze on my mouth for an hour, so all my calls would have sounded like this. Clock left. Left. Out. In. Would have been that way for an hour after I got back. Because I didn't realize it was minor surgery. Belta. I also expected to kill it before the dentist. I just knew he needed to fucking stop and just rest and come back. And that was it. I knew it. I was trying to get us there for like 2 hours last night. I was like, yeah, so, it's been a while. Jitter, why? Oh, yeah, you PF'd right after the clear. I thought you meant right after we ended last. Oh, my God, you did mean after we... You got a problem. It was a good wind down. My wind down was food and my eyes being shut. Yeah, you still had the jitters after you were done, so you couldn't go to sleep. Terrible. No, I'm happy. Oh, you have no idea. It's part of the reason why your nickname, your handle. Don't give me that look, Flo. You know, everyone here knows what they signed up for. Listen, I'll have you know, the person, my girlfriend, I've only done that to her once. But every single time she says it, I can tell there's like a... I love Dancing Green. Oh yeah, didn't I hit Dancing Green with a bunch of dad puns at the end too? I said we barely beat that by a hair. Really hopping all over the dance floor. I had a lot of bun. I didn't say that one, but I just thought of it now, so I'm doing it. I don't hear Uptown Funk in Dancing Green. Can I get a hard copy of what I signed? That is not something you want. Anyway. Oh, no. I would never... What do you mean? Sly would be disappointed if I didn't do the dad jokes. See, he makes you think he's upset with me for doing them. But if I stopped doing them, he would be like, are you okay, man? Is everything okay? What's going on? Are you all right? On the YouTube side, someone said, can we ask Syra which version of Godzilla is the hottest? Is that gonna... you're gonna have to tune into her stream for the Godzilla fuckability tier list, I guess. Godzilla monster fucking tier list. Just puts them all... She wouldn't put them all in S. She has standards. She doesn't just want to fuck all monsters. There's qualities involved. No, there's no way that Mothra and Godzilla are on the exact same part of the scale. There's like an A and an S, both. But I'm saying, like, there's gotta be tiers to this, right? It's not just about kaiju. You gotta have taste, obviously. Yeah, S and S plus. How much of a... Oh, Jitter. You're so... Well, I mean, if... Jitter, actually, there's a really good strat for ad phase that I've seen going around that I think some people are finding success with it. It's called the whoop strat. And I don't know, it seems to be going around pretty well and being used successfully. Just gotta execute, you know. Where does the BG3 mind flare? Oh no, that's... Yeah, no, if you start going towards... Oh yeah, no, that's... You've opened a door. You've opened a door there. Mm-hmm. There's... That's a door. That's a door right there. Mm-hmm. Syra's not Discord calling me to talk about monster fucking before Path of Exile 2. It's not happening. It's too early for that. I have streamer mode on. It won't work. We have 2 hours. I don't have 2 hours. I have an hour and a half. What do you mean we have 2 hours? I do not have 2 hours. Also, I just gave you your idea for stream tonight. Why would you spoil that? What, you're gonna have the discussion twice? That's exhausting. You say it once, you make the list, you put it on Twitter. David, shh. They can't see a YouTube chat. That's besides the point. Hey guys, Mr. Happy. That's me. Listen, we're gonna have happy bunnies in Occult Crescent. My bunnies are everywhere. Oh god. I don't like the term G erosion. I don't like that. Just gonna put it out there. I know it's Digimon. I don't like the term G erosion. No. Yeah, there's a new... It's a big update. No, there's no door boss in M8S. It's a big update. But it is technically an economy reset, but it is not the equivalent of a PoE1 league in terms of mechanics. Yeah, it's like a semi-league. Oh, I know what G erosion is. I just don't like the term G erosion. By the way, the only reason why I even told Syra that is because she had a question for me regarding multi-streaming, and then I brought it up, and she has completely left that conversation now. It has completely vanished from the interests. The last turn is not always a door boss. I mean, M4S wasn't a door boss. It's April 22nd, not quite. M4S, E4S, E8S. And then before 04S, we never had a door boss. I am out of the Arcadian mines. I mean, I had a lot of fun with the fights. You know, I was super worried about what's it called? I was super worried about my schedule conflicts today. All right, there's the live update thread for Path of Exile 2, thankfully. I will self-report and that Syra has indeed been working on the OBS thing and that she can multitask. There we go. I mean, people do ultimates in PF. People PF'd E4S, E8S. It's the same thing. No, I do not have time for Platinum Progress. I'm doing Path of Exile today. I don't know what I'm doing over the weekend yet. What was I gonna say? And then I'll be out of town next week, so I'm not bringing my PS3 with me. Not bringing any of my PlayStation consoles with me when I'm out of town. I mean, M4S was perfectly fine in the PF. It's no different, and people have already done E4S, E8. Like, this isn't the first time. It's happened several times. I don't know if it does on PS3. For leaving and returning, I am leaving on Tuesday. I am returning on the following Tuesday, but it will be at night. So I will not be streaming either of those Tuesdays. That Wednesday, I have plans that will involve me probably not I don't exactly know what that Wednesday plan. Something completely unrelated when I come back on Wednesday. I need to pick up Ivy from the boarding location on Wednesday. And I know Wednesday evening I have something, but I don't know how much time. Like, I don't know like how early I need to go to said thing. Yeah, M6S ad phase will be far worse in the PF than anything in M8S. M8S is such a fucking fast 14 minutes. It's insane. No I'm doing reclears next week while I'm traveling. Somebody's patting me. Hi. 170. That must have been so cathartic. M7 in PF is going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see. So M7 needs a really solid PF strat. I would not do my week 1 M7. Actually, let me rephrase. Platform 2, I wouldn't do our week 1 strat. I have zero complaints about the rest. I'm trying to think of the first phase. Yeah, what would I change about the first phase? I mean, maybe there's slightly better positioning for the melee, but honestly, no, I think that's probably fine. Oh, I know what I would probably change about the about M7 platform 1. The baits, the ones that are under all the DPS, probably go back and forth instead of like in a circle. That's like the only change you could make, and that just makes it safer at the end of the dance. But that's like that's pretty tight movement for 4 people stacked up to drop those properly. So yeah, that's like the only potential thing. I would only be worried about exiting the center of the room after the other mechanic. There is another solution, but the PF would never do it. The other solution would literally never happen. Thanks, Valerian. Yeah, the thing I don't like about our phase 2 strat is someone in my position, maybe not necessarily the Fizz range, but someone in my position, the movement to get uptime on the second platform during the second demolition is terrible. It's absolutely atrocious. Because if you try to, there are spots you can stand that should, in theory, be safe the entire time while you can hit the boss. But you are sitting there with 2, and if you're an inch further, 3 stacks of the tether, you're gonna die. Like, you're just gonna outright die, or your healer's gonna hate you. One of the two is gonna be true. So that's what I mean. Like, there needs to be like a scienced out spot for that, because it sucks. It really sucks trying to hit, because we did outer nipple, inner nipple, which was really good for Prague, and I think was the right call for Prague. Like, I would repeat that call for, wait. Yeah, did that also. Listen, Syra, you don't raid. The nipples, you don't think of the nipples like we do, all right? In Final Fantasy XIV, there are 2 things on the ground. There's lines on the ground, and there's nipples on the ground. That is how we raid. We find lines and we find nipples. It makes sense to us. All right, look, I'll show you the nipples. It'll make sense if I pull out the nipples. Yeah, I gotta update my PoE too. Yeah, they just took the servers down not too long ago, I think. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Where are the nipples? All right, demolition deathmatch. So see these right here? These are the nipples. This little thing on the ground, that's the nipple. Right there. So we use the, so see, this is outer nipple. We're standing on the outer nipple. Then the inner nipple. See this? Inner nipple. Right there. Then I don't go back. I'm safe here. I don't need to go back to the outer nipple. But now I go back to the inner nipple. All right. And then back to the outer spot to avoid the outer nipple. And then one last time the inner nipple. I didn't remember I got clipped there. See? Also, Syra. What about that guy? He's got Marlboro tentacles on his back. Need a closer look. Okay, maybe on the death screen. No, because I probably skipped the death animation, didn't I? Buggy Ganondorf is actually pretty close. He has yeah, so he's got asparagus feet. I mean, he's got like 1 big upper tooth. He's got like 3 slightly enlarged lower teeth. He's got 1 eye. He's got flowers. Yeah, I'm going to try Huntress today, Piccolo. Oh, wait a minute. He looks very sweet. Cuddleable. So he's not S tier. Got it. Then we have... Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm not done. Actually, you saw this guy earlier. Yeah, then there's this guy. So he's got a wolf head, a sword, kind of like a throne looking thing up here. He's got 2 more wolves. There you go. Okay, so this is, so we've got S tier guy. Got it. And he's also got a lot of metal. Yeah, he's a big dog fan too. See, he's got all his pet dogs right here. Look at that. Yeah, he's got a lot going on. And then, yeah, kind of looks like a houseplant. Does he need another I can bark? I'm sure he could. I mean, he's got like 4 already, but I mean, if you already have 4, what's 5, right? Howling Blade could do audiobooks with that voice. Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways. Any Gunbreakers in the chat? I don't actually know what the skill speed rule is on Gunbreaker alone, yeah. Clack, clack. Thought he had 5. I don't actually think that's an extra head on his... so he's got the head here, 2 heads on his shoulders, and then he's got 1 back here, like under his, like... I don't know, like the fur. There's like another head. And then he's got his actual body. And then he's got the sword. He doesn't, yeah, he does spawn 5 heads, but he normally only has, like, that animation only has 4. Howling Blade. I'm over here howling my YouTube chat said that at some point. I'm over here howling my blade. Anyone over here dancing their green? He'll be howling after I'm done with him. Let's see here. Yeah, I was gonna do something. Maybe we'll do Unreal tomorrow, and then I'll figure out what I'm doing from there. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do over the weekend. I do have the Unreal. Dazzles the crowd with his fantastical ring and blade of pulsating light. Oh boy. Fenrir can be used in surprising ways, Ed boy. Oh, M6S will keep a lot of people very busy. Name 3. Mount Minion Good Boyo. Easy. That's not even considering the fact that he can create giant pillars and slice them up real quick. Which is the surprising way that he's largely referring to. I always forget to call Black Cat Yana. I just call her Black Cat. Yeah, you know, normal wolf stuff. At least dude, I'm not gonna lie. The thing that made so there's a mechanic in M8S, the rotation mechanic. It's the second to last thing that happens, pretty much. It's right after you do the tether bit, the tether and baited AoE on the 4 separate platforms, the pair buddies thing. It goes tower, tether mechanic, and then rotation mechanic. Realizing that his body has 5 different animations, which makes the rotation super easy to, like, predict. Like, the order is always, like, the same-ish. That helps so much in me, like, figuring out. Like, I was, like, worried about, oh, what am I doing in front of me? And, like, okay, look at the rotation. And, like, I was thinking I was going to have to think of a lot more parts. But the fact that the Fenrir hand is always the donut, and the front of him is always the cleave, and his rotation then determines where those happen, and then it's always in, out, in, other. Because I was like, oh, maybe it could be double out. What if it was in, out? What if it was out, in, or out, in, out? Like, what? Like, I was just thinking, like, all those things were going to be in actual random spots, and I was going to have to actually pay attention to the rotation the entire time. But as soon as you realize the sides and the donut are either one after the other, or well, like, it's either like sides then donut or donut then sides every time, and then it's always an in mechanic before or after each of them, makes it, like, rationalizing that whole mechanic got so much easier for me. Because, like, I basically would just look at where I was, look one to my right, and it told me everything. Because if I'm in and it's rotating into me and my right side is an out mechanic, I literally instantly know it's in, out, in, donut, sides. That's all the information I need. If I look to my right and it's rotating into me and it's sides, I know it's insides, donut, in, out. Like, it just eliminates even needing to, like, actually look at what's happening, because his body tells you all of the information of where. That's how I know how many fucking dog heads he has. Because that's how the mechanic is determined. Each of the 4 dog heads is a type of AoE, and then the fucking cleave through the middle of the room is the front is his front. Trust me, it'll make a lot more sense when you're actually looking at his body. Occult Crescent is in May. Yeah, trust here. If I pull it up, it'll make a lot more sense. It should be right here. Yeah. So during this mechanic, each of his different body parts is a different AoE on the ground. So he has a head on each of his shoulders, a head on his back, the Fenrir actual hand, which is a donut AoE, and then the front of him is the cleave. So you can spot it all right here. So this AoE layout is exactly the same every time. It's just where he starts and what rotation he's actually doing. That's the thing that is determined. But I can see that the rotation is coming from this way. So by seeing that out is here, I don't even need to look at the rest. Once with the level of comfort, it's if I'm in and the first thing coming towards me is out, I know it's in, out, donut, sides without even like looking at all the AoEs as they come. That's the only configuration I could possibly have. Because there's only one out mechanic, one donut, and one side, and both of the in mechanics are opposite of each other. So in, out, in, donut, sides. That's why when I'm doing this mechanic, you'll find that I often just look at the back of the room. This has nothing to do with Kyo's call. It has everything to do with just knowing the mechanic that's coming next. And then just quickly, like, diving back. And then I know it's donut. And then it's sides. And so I can just instantly scooch on over. It just means that you can focus entirely on the back of the room. What the hell is this? Oh, okay. So I got an email for something. I was confused. I was like, what is this? Yeah, so that's a big, there's a lot of really easy indicators that like that the second phase requires a lot less thinking. But I mean, there's a lot of easy indicators across the entire fight. Like, what's another, like these towers, a lot of people kept telling me they didn't understand how I was like judging these towers. So these towers, I've been calling these the entire time. I hope my raid team understood how I was calling these. There's literally only 4 possible safe spots. This first cut cuts the number in half, and then this thing determines where the end spot is. I mean, you could solve it a different way, but like that's the way I solve it. The other way of solving it, I think, is way too slow. But it's literally like I just line myself up with 1 and 3, and if I don't see the cuts on the side, I know 1 and 3 aren't safe because they both get cut in the same direction, so they both fall outward in the same direction. So if 1 and 3 have a cut in front of them, that means they're falling towards 2 and 4 automatically because they have to, you know, peel out that other direction. So that cuts 2 of the spots in half. And then the one remaining spot is there's 2 of these Newlith things. One of them aims directly at the intercards and the other one doesn't. And that's it. Like, that's the whole thing. Is literally just look, it's figure out, is it 2 or 4? Okay, which side is the safe Newlith on? Bam. And then just don't get clipped by it. Like, there's a lot of like, oh, there's a shit ton of things on the screen. What do I do? Like, if you've not done it before. Is there already a queue for PoE2? Oh yeah, let me do my update for PoE2 real quick. People are ready, man. About time to play the monster. No, title update 1's not gonna get me to play Monster Hunter more. Oh, you're doing it. I thought you were telling me to do it. An M7 Vines question, sure. That disappointment was fine. Took 30 minutes. I had to keep the gauze on my mouth for an hour afterwards. My mouth is finally unnumbing now. Like in the last 10 minutes. It's really like unnumbed a bunch. When you did the inner... That's a sentence out of context. Place the outer, then place the inner, place the outer. Yeah. Did you also go to those spots to be safe if you weren't dropping? So, yes and no. When outer is safe, when outer is safe, you have a lot of freedom. I actually get clipped because I think one of them was slightly off. Either that or I just didn't know how far it was going to reach me when I stepped up. One of the two here. Let me pull it up. So, when I'm dropping inner here, obviously this is outer first. Obviously, this one's kind of not fair, because when the first ones are being dropped, you know the other spot is technically safe, right? Like, this first one is irrelevant. You just know not to be in the other spot. Now, that inner is there. Let's say that inner, let's say they didn't go that way. Or let's say you were on this side of the room, right? That inner is supposed to go here, where my mouse cursor is. I would go here. That's why you see me start going here. Because obviously, if they need to drop on the inner, I can't go there. So I would go in this triangle right here. See this like second safe triangle? That's being wrong. Originally, we were going to do it the opposite way. We were going to do the inners drop here. And then we were going to hang safe up here. Then we saw the nipples. So you understand? So like when the inners are being used and you need a safe spot, there should be a triangle formation approximately here that works. Now, of course, if the other side is outer, all you care about is just not being along the wall. If like, let's say the other side of the room was blasting this side of the room, then you can technically use the entire south side. And you can see that like right here, I line up along the wall, and this lets me get in range to actually hit the boss. I go too far forward though. And then I see the inner isn't taken again. So I go, and this is where I make the mistake. I go too far forward here. So see how I'm being like, yeah, this is me just being too far forward. I should have just, my marker is safe technically here. Yeah, I just didn't look across the room, so that's my fault. We agreed we would do that across the room. This is the worst part. By far, this is the worst thing. If he does Brutus swing in towards the north side of the room, we are dropping. The outer ones are dropping between the circle and the wall. The inner ones are on the circle. If anything, slightly further in. Like, if you need to make like a small adjustment, then I would say like, you would be like here-ish. But for the most part, directly on the nipple is safe. You can see it right here. Directly on the nipple is safe. And you can see across the room, it was also safe. What did Keo take that hit? I think Keo just didn't move off the wall here was the problem. I think that's why Keo gets hit. I think Keo just... Yeah, Keo was along the wall. That's what happened. Yeah. I just looked across. Yeah, my Path of Exile 2 is almost done updating. I'll probably swap categories a bit before my sponsored bit. And then take some time to like actually read through all the notes. That is Zenith. I don't know what that is. I There we go. It's the PF strat for this mechanic. See, here's the thing. I bet every PF strat looks awful there. I have a feeling there's no I don't think there's a pretty way to do that mechanic that is in favor of every player. I just don't think that there... I don't think there is. I just don't think it's a pretty looking mechanic when you do it correctly. Because here's the thing. Yes, the inner-outer nipple thing is a very logical strat that follows Final Fantasy XIV convention. It still has its ugly parts, but it makes complete sense within the logic of how we've come to formulate strats. The arena itself, however, while it technically makes sense, it is so debilitating for the ranged that it's kind of just terrible. Like it's like automatically terrible for the range. Hey, let me also be more clear. It's more terrible for this side of the room if you're the ranged. It's awful. There has to be a way. It has to be a clear, easy way using some other ground marker that allows you to do this effectively. We did a static spread spot that was toxic as fuck, and that's the only reason we didn't stick with it, is because I actually couldn't hit the boss for 20 full fucking seconds. It logically worked. It made sense. We actually did it once or twice, and it was completely successful. But I actually couldn't hit the boss for 20 full fucking seconds. Dances don't hit the boss during that part? Yeah. I don't know if Zenith is the exact... So, just to be clear, since I don't know what the Zenith one is, from here, I'm going to try to point to the spots. This would be a spot. This would be a spot, approximately where my mouse cursor is. I think this nipple is a spot, or like, no, I think like right, yeah, this nipple is a spot. Maybe not this nipple, but like somewhere here-ish is a spot. And then I think like right here is a spot, like right in this area. And then on the other side, it's like slightly offset. It's like this spot on the other side, yes, but it's not like this spot. It's like, I think I know, because we tried to do something like that. The idea is that all of the selected spots are technically don't shoot at each other. You just need to get out of your own spot to safely avoid your own blast. So you need to pick one of the other 3 spots that's close to you that's available. Which has its own problems, mind you. So it's not even perfect. M7S rough? Not really. This was the toughest part of M7. I'm not gonna lie, this mechanic's the hardest part of all of M7. Like, the later mechanics, that's just week 1. Yeah. That sounds about right. There we go. It's definitely it's definitely the hardest mechanic. Yeah, I never updated my clear. I haven't updated the clear thing in ages. Yeah, debris deathmatch in 4. Honestly, though, I'm not gonna lie. I think the phase 2 seed dropping is harder than debris deathmatch. I full on think debris deathmatch is excuse me, is easier than what's the first one is thorny demolition deathmatch. No, in my clear I didn't lose 20 seconds of downtime. Our original strat I lost 20 seconds of downtime. Yeah, I think I lost like half of my... I think I lost like maybe up to like 8 to 10 seconds in our clear, which is still not scary. Yeah, the big thing for this is this tether is so... With gear, this mechanic will be way easier. But for now, if you are not goated... Okay, so here's a big thing. This mechanic ticks every 3 seconds. If you are really, really good at this, you can do what I did there. The 2 stack doesn't hit that hard. The 3 stack hits hard. So what I actually did here is I get to 2 and I wait for the damage tick. Then I dodge in and then I go back. You can actually avoid... I get 2 stack damage ticks there, as opposed to the 3 stack damage tick. Now, you can also, you might be wondering, well, you can also dodge along the wall, which will never put you above 2. I was doing that for a while. But the dev who made this fight is a sadistic fuck. You want to know why? There's a 2-minute window right now. This exact moment, my 2s have a 4 seconds. So I step into the middle of the room to make sure I actually hit people with my 2s. That is the reason why I don't just step along the wall. Yep. There's a div. There's div. There's everything there. Literally, the whole reason... I take the damage tick, I step in, I press my 2s, I step out. And still look at how low I get. This is without taking any 3 stack damages. Like, I literally step in, take 12,000 damage, step out, take 12,000 damage, take that, take 71, take a 9,000 damage tick, then take another 9,000 damage tick, and now I'm back to the wall. 9,000 is the 1 stack. So, shieldable, but, you know, rough. Also, if your tanks do this part poorly, it is so fucked. If they do these petrifies poorly, yes, it hurts the further you are away from it. Per stack. At 4 stacks, it's basically an insta-kill. Yeah, these petrifies are also really scary. Really, really scary. Then I gotta fucking move all the way over here. Do this. Yeah, that's, with gear, that'll be a lot easier. I have a go on Darth. Hey, no problem. Enjoy. Yeah, I love dissecting things like this, like actual fight design and encounter, like the scope of all the encounters. And there's actually a lot to discuss on an individual level. There's a lot of different Okay, what makes a really good raid tier, in my opinion, is when there are a mix of mechanics that are relatively strict in terms of solution, along with mechanics that are incredibly open-ended for player expression. Now, what that means is we get a lot of shit strats. Anywhere where there's open player expression, some team's going to figure out a way to do it that gets them through it and is not a good idea. I think this tier is full of that. There's very few strats. There's no fight where I would one-to-one say just do what we did. I think that M6 is probably the most strict. Like, I know the ad phase seems largely open-ended, but is it? I don't really think... I think there's the most open-ended thing you can do is the puddle baits. I don't think you can really afford to do it in another order than we did necessarily at our gear level. I think the most player expression bit you can get is involving the Yans and dragging them on top of the boss to cleave the boss for more boss damage and mood damage. That's it. Like, I think that's the only realistic, like, player expression that you can do. Because the Stingrays, technically you're free to do with them whatever you want. But I would probably do them very similarly. I think my movement during Stingrays I wouldn't do. I actually have a very specific one. Yeah, and I think that after that first set Guffles, it locks in for the rest. Oh yeah, Viper is a fucking monster. Viper's a goddamn monster in M6. Viper's pretty good in all the fights, to be honest. But in M6, Viper is a fucking menace. Like, oh, literally, Viper difference is insane. The Reawakens are on another level. It's not even just the Reawakens, but still. Yeah, Viper is a fucking monster in M6. As in, it's a menace in every conceivable capacity. Yeah, Uncoiled Fury, monstrous. Reawaken windows, monstrous. They're straight up just AoE uses of their usual single target skills, monstrous. That ranged combo on the... Bro. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I stand on the melees killing the first Yawn while I'm killing the cat, in hopes that the cat will land on the Yawn, get cleaved by the melee, and then die. I'm like, come hit this cat. Like, get over here. I will say this. If it jumped to the tanks, that meant cleave on the moose. I actually would have preferred for it to land on the tanks. For two reasons. One, our healers are AoEing the whole time on the first two moves, so it's going to hit the cat. The tanks are also AoEing on the moves, which will automatically hit the cat. Number two, if you stand on the Yan afterwards and target the cat with AoE as a bard, specifically as a bard. I have line AoE. I can Apex Blast the cat, both the Moose, and the Yan on the first group all at once. I'm a fan. Now, if I was a bard, I could just dance. But, you know, this is my dream scenario. Sometimes I'll even just see Viper does that too. Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. If you see the cat land by the Moose, you're like, Uncoiled Fury. And yes, that's how I imagine Uncoiled Fury looking like. Don't judge me. God. Monk is great. Monk is great for this tier. Yeah, Reaper's gonna have a good time with cleaving there, just not Viper levels of good. Viper is just... Monk also really good with cleave, thankfully. But there's a difference between Viper and Fine. And it's noticeable. Pretty much, yeah. Do I miss Monk all the time. I love Monk. I will always miss Monk. Forever and always. I'm going to mute the Path of Exile launcher. I'm launching Path of Exile at the moment. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Because my team doesn't need a Monk. And I'm not just going to be like, hey, fuck you guys, I'm playing Monk. In this case, I'm going to find a new group, I guess. Criterion Monk. Yeah, I did the first Criterion on Monk. I didn't do the other two on Monk, I don't think. I definitely did the third one on Bard. What did I do the second one on, actually? I think I did the second one on... No, I think I healed the second... Did I do all three Criterions on different roles? What did I do? I don't even remember. I know I did the first one on Monk. I remember that very well. Biff healed Rockon. Let me check. Oh, I was Dancer for Rockon. You know how I remember? The fucking first room with that roaming dickhead. I was afraid of dancing and pulling him the entire fucking time. I remember. I was afraid of Whoops cleaving him with Gerskogel, and I was afraid of me pulling him with dances. I remember. I think I was also dancer for... what's the last one called? Alo Alo. I was dancer for Alo Alo, yes. Okay, so I was monk for one and dancer for the other two. Yeah, I remember my Alo Alo clear very well. I remember the part where Keo murdered me and then they cleared with me dead for fucking like a minute and a half. They were like, don't even need that guy. Don't even need that guy. All right, I'm going to start getting ready for the sponsored Path of Exile 2 stream. Astron rock on for fun. Yo, healing, I do not feel bad for healers. And dude, the first Criterion, bro, the hallway between the hamster and the second boss in Sildian Subterrane Savage, if you've not healed that, give it a try. Fun? That's a word for it. That's certainly a word for it. Let's just say I do not envy people who did that. Because that healing check is something else. Here's the thing, though. It's actually, I think it's beneficial for my raid teams that I'm on Fizz range so often. I had this discussion with my own raid team. I am, as a Fizz range, one of the most consistent players on any of the teams I've ever been on in terms of not messing up mechanics and in terms of being able to do callouts. If that is my chief strength, great. You know, if a team could look at me and be like, yo, we know that guy's never going to die and he can shot call the entire thing, then great. That I've served my purpose as far as I'm concerned. I am the call out guy. All right, let me do that. Also, on the Twitch side of things, I should have a few giveaways. Let me just grab this. Let me just set up a tracking link for everything. Call out a mechanic backwards and then do it in-game correctly. I will call it out correctly and do it backwards. Because eventually the call out, I didn't even think about the call outs. They're literally like, they're just second nature. Like they're not part of my place. They're not part of my play pattern. They just happen. Well, I mean, in most games, tanks do shot calling. Tanks usually have the most agency in any fight. So tanks doing shot calls is very common. All right, let me get this set up. I got like half an hour to get it set up. I'm going to get the title set up. I'm going to get all the commands set up. I'm going to get a panel below the stream set up. Yeah, I obviously I don't get to play with other Fizz ranged all too often, but listen, I have to beat the what are they called? I have to beat the Fizz range thing of being muted. My one way of doing that is to be the one doing shot calls. They can't mute me if I'm doing shot calls. It's very simple. They have to listen. They have no choice. How can they mute me if I'm the one telling them what to do? I'm the winner here. All right, let me save that. The loophole, exactly. Okay, so we've got that. Let me get a Nightbot command. I think I have an old command. For PoE2 when I played it when it first came out. Yep. All right, there we go. Got that command. Thanks, GD. The Yans are insane. Yo, those Yan auto attacks, I don't think I've ever seen tanks be that afraid of autos. Not for a while, at the very least. Just straight up auto attacks from a little buddy. Listen, they were one of the strongest enemies in Final Fantasy IX. So, you know, it just makes sense. All right, so I am going to have a few giveaways today for Path of Exile 2 also. I'm just doing the title of the stream real quick. Let's see. Well, I will say this. In a casual playthrough of 9, there's a chance you never see a Yan. There's a good chance in a casual playthrough you will never see a Yan. That's definitely a I'm trying to do everything in the game kind of experience to have. It's not an inherently like you will definitely run into them as you play. It's more like is it a super boss? Yes and no. The answer is most assuredly yes, but in a very weird way. Alright, let's do that for the title. Thanks, Spooky. And by the way, you know me, I don't really have rules about what we can talk about when I'm playing what I'm playing. Sometimes I might shy away from some conversations, just out of respect for the sponsor. Let me also do a social post. At Path of Exile. Okay. Let me grab my own link again. All right, I can turn on the Path of Exile. I think the title's updated. So let's do that. I'm already in queue. It's going to feel weird. I haven't played since it first came out. Dawn of the Hunt. Hashtag ad. Huntress. Yeah, so Huntress is out. I think flails and bucklers for weapons. A bunch of new skills for some of the well, a bunch of new... Well, no, most of the new skills are spear skills, which for Huntress, largely. I think there's 25 new skills. Largely spear skills is what the patch note said. On top of that, there's like a handful of new... there's like a few new mechanics being introduced as well. Nothing like massive, like a normal league in PoE 1. There's like the corruption tiles with the corruption nexus, as well as the rogue exiles and ghost exiles and stuff. So you don't have to start a new character when a new season starts. What happens is all of your pre-existing characters go to basically the Graveyard League, which is where like there's just kind of like the base game in a sense. Yeah, hundreds of new support gems, which is wild, mind you. Not that surprising for the PoE 2 team, but a wild thing. The support gems probably going to be the toy that gets played around with most. Not having looked at them yet, it's a little scary to think of hundreds of support gems. Now, for a league, you generally create a brand new character within the league itself. And you're on a whole new economy, so everyone's kind of starting fresh every time. And yet it is still quite the time, GD. I'm going to have a few codes to give away as well. It's still in early access, but, what the hell? Interesting. That's interesting, especially. No, you just generally have to understand what the rules of the league are. Now, I will say this. This is not a traditional league. This is more like we're updating the game and we want people to be on as even a footing as possible going into the new league. You mean M6? Do they have drops? Let me check. I don't think there's drops. Let me check. There's always drops. Well, then I guess I'll just add drops to the title. I'd like to know what they are, because I don't know what they are. Here they are. Yeah, got them. All right, let me add drops to the title. It is Dawn of the Hunt Twitch drops. We have the Asmeri Noble Deer Pet for 3 hours of watch time. Which makes me feel bad that my stream's only supposed to be 2, so maybe I'll do 3. Just so people can get the dorps. I mean, not that people can't get it. Like, you could just go to another stream afterwards. So, yeah. There is April 4th to April 13th, the Asmeri Noble Deer Pet, and April 13th through the 19th is the Hunter's Trophy Back Attachment and the Honor Guard Summon Roa effect. And that's the usual rules, you know. I will say, now that my mouth isn't as numb, my tooth does, well, not my tooth, where they put the healing cap in, does hurt a little bit. So now I see why he told me to take another, like, Tylenol however many hours later. I don't have any of that, so never mind. It's a very manageable pain, but pain all the same. A very manageable pain. I have a huge pain tolerance. When the talking isn't going to help, it doesn't really matter to me. There we go. We noticed you play Fizz ranged. What? I sure hope that queue goes fast when the time comes. 18 minutes. Yeah, I don't know much about Huntress. I've got the patch notes over here, and I see the skill changes, and yeah, you know, it's only 17,000 words. You know, as somebody in my chat said yesterday, light reading. Yeah, a lot of nerfs to stuff, some unique item changes. A lot of this stuff. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Pain tolerance is high. I mean, I do play Fizz ranged after all. Characters are now required to be at least level 25 to enter the Cruel difficulty and 50 to enter Endgame. Base attack speed unarmed is now 1.4, so the unarmed attack speed's a little higher. However, the new skills have 25% less attack speed to compensate for this change, which is a pretty rough change around there. Freeze built. Yeah, I'm not surprised they nerfed freeze into oblivion. 48% less freeze buildup. Looking at my monk build from before, yeah, I can see why that was the case. Yeah, freeze and spark. Well, probably not dead, but probably not. I freeze the enemy and then do 7,000% of my normal damage. No, I'll get to see it in the second veil. It's not like the reveal trailer is going to tell me much of anything to help me build it. Yeah, it was effectively, I took like a freeze node or two, and then I took 1 billion damage multipliers on frozen enemies, or even like enemies with freeze buildup. Because, yeah, Freeze Monk was, that was wild. Also, some changes to the actual items you pick up. They give you the perma buffs, which is nice. Looks like a few buffs. I see the Cruel version. Oh, no, that's a nerf. Never mind. I read it backwards. Well, the servers aren't up for another 15 minutes. Absolute. So you got plenty of time. Grim Feast, it's gone! Man, I was going to do Grim Feast at some point, too. It'll be back. It'll be back. I thought the hammer... No, the hammer buffs aren't until May, I thought, Purple. Isn't it only bow for Title Update 1? Well, I mean, that's why I was going to do it, Piccolo. I took one look at Grim Feast and I knew. Oh, I'm sorry. Bow is the only... Not buffs, right. Sorry. Bow got nerfed, and I thought that was the only weapon change that they made. Because didn't they say all the hammer buffs were at the end of May? For Monster Hunter? Title Update 2 was like actual hammer, like saving hammer. Yeah, I play Monster Hunter. Wild's release wasn't that good. So I was waiting for a few title updates. I'm gonna have a few nuts. I can finally eat. Ivy, the nuts have nothing to do with you. It is an ARPG avocado. Some would also throw it into the looter category. Ivy, no. These are my nuts. Hi. I'm also going to get Moobot ready because I am going to have some giveaways for some codes for Path of Exile. It's specifically if you don't have access to the game. It's like if you're already playing the game. It shouldn't matter. Yeah, they're just the game codes. They're just access codes because it's still in early access, so it's still the you got to buy the packs to play. Ivy. What's it called? Where's it going with that? Yeah, so it's still in early access, so you still have to buy the packs to play. So they gave me some just game codes, just general game codes, access codes to give away. Ivy, you gotta relax. I'm sure the queue won't be that bad. Ivy, relax. But yeah, so my sponsored bit doesn't begin for 12 more minutes. I played Path of Exile 2 pretty extensively when it first came out. I didn't get all the way up to map levels 15. I think I got up to like 11 or 12 or something. I got pretty up there. But yeah, and then I just, I started playing other things. I wasn't like, okay, I got my taste of Path of Exile 2. Let me wait for updates and stuff. I wasn't originally planning on checking out the first update because it's honestly like, all things considered, it's not very well timed for me. But for a sponsored stream, I mean, obviously I'll make time. And I think actually maybe it's not so poorly timed anymore. Now that I finished I thought it was poorly timed because the tier was coming out on Tuesday for 14. But now that I've beaten that, technically the timing is now improved. Now I'm traveling next week, but that might actually be good. I might actually want to play this next week because I'll still be streaming just from another location. So it might not be a bad idea for me to put some time into it next week and get a better idea of the scope of what GGG changes look like. Because from what I understand, they're usually quite extensive, and I'm looking at them right now, and yeah. I think that's fair. Good quality of life. Well, I think GGG are really fighting with the most major piece of criticism. And that's, why does it need to exist, right? Like, why does Path of Exile 2 exist when you could just do the things you do to Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1? And this patch seems to be the attempt at creating that distinguishing factor, where what they advertised as the slower, more involved, like, build experience, not, as somebody said, like, not the Zoomer one-hit builds kind of thing. This seems to be a patch where they're trying to double down on it. And show that, like, this is a fundamentally different approach to the same genre than Path of Exile 1, while still building on things that they learned while developing Path of Exile 1. That seems to be what the attempt is, just looking through the patch notes, seeing the nerfs, seeing the speed of things generally come down. And it's going to be about how the game functions around all of that. Path of Exile is an action RPG. Yeah, I feel that too. So my main thing is I never got into Path of Exile 1. I am very much someone who likes to figure some things out for myself and then research after I figured them out, right? PoE 1, it never felt like that approach was going to work, if that makes sense. It always felt like if I was going to go in blind, I was effectively screwed right from the beginning. And I was like taking a deliberate screwing to just then have to go look at a guide anyway, if that made sense. I had to learn so many things. Here, my first character, when I made it, I learned a lot of really important lessons about how Path of Exile 2's multiplications on your damage effects work. And then the second time through, I could take a mix of things that largely made sense to me and adjustments that I could, like, research online. And that felt like a more natural progression, because I didn't have as much information that I needed to process all at once. And I had a lot of fun with PoE 2's launch. Like, while a lot of people who were PoE 1 players were more upset with Path of Exile 2's initial launch, I feel, on average, I was like, oh, wow, that was a lot of fun. I'm kind of out of time to play it right now, but I'll definitely come back and play it again later. You know? That was kind of my my end consensus as somebody who really barely played PoE 1. Like, I think I played PoE 1 into, like, Act 3. Just winging it. And then, I started getting fucking murdered. I think I was, like, barely a screen into, like, Act 3, and I just, like, got picked off from off screen, and I was like, oh, okay. That's unfortunate. And then that happened, like, however many more times that day, and I don't think I logged back in after that. Because I could already tell whatever decisions I had made up to that point were not good ones. And I was like, well then, but how am I going to fix that? Because I know how to fix it in, like, Diablo. You know, when I look at, like, Diablo 2, Diablo 3. I know how to fix those problems. I knew how to fix, and I was able to fix those problems as somebody who wasn't, like, super adept at them when I first played them. Other, like, random offshoot action RPGs I've played, I've generally been able to figure out, like, why that's happening and put the pieces back together. I couldn't do it in PoE 1. The idea was start over. So that's why for me, PoE 2 is like I want to have some knowledge relative of the game as it updates. because it will change significantly, and that knowledge will be far more like getting in on the ground level. It's like how I feel about Warframe. I enjoy Warframe, but when I get in, it's massive decision paralysis because there's just so many features side by side that are not intertwined in the most elegant of ways. Whereas the next game that they're going to do, Soulframe, I can try to get in on that at as early a point as possible and hope that maybe they've learned a lesson or two about the way that they stacked all the features from the first game. And that was largely a product of how that game was even developed in the first place. Ugh. So for PoE 2, I'm trying to stay ahead. But yeah, if you've never played PoE 2, for the sponsored bit, obviously I have a panel below the stream. I have a link in the chat. I have a command. I have a command in the title, which will provide a link in the chat. If you do want to give it a try, there are the packs there, the early access packs. The game will be free to play when it launches. I don't think that's a good argument, Piccolo. Because it's the same company making both games, so the lessons from the first should apply to the second. Especially when they share a name. You know what I mean? I'll give you a great example of a game being two separate games, but like having that same problem. PSO2. PSO2, all those years, built up activities, end games, all the things people were doing. Then New Genesis came out, and it was I don't even know. I don't even have the words to describe it. I can't even like really consider the words to describe it, because even though New Genesis is supposed to be a new game and it's not supposed to be PSO2, it has that basis with which to compare it to. Everyone can still see, oh, you know, PSO2 has this, that, blah, blah, blah. Because you'd think that having made the first game, there's lessons learned. Now, that doesn't mean it's to expect it to be perfect, but it does mean that actually, here's what I'll say. It's easier to phone in on the things people miss from the first game for Path of Exile with the comparison point there. Because people be like, oh, you know what I really miss? That. And if PoE 2 doesn't have it, now that starts to become like, they get that voice enough. They go, okay, well, clearly there was something we did right. That's something people really enjoy. That's something people associate with the first game. We can do that here to make the experience better, but we also need to figure out how that makes sense in the new type of game we've made. Because obviously it doesn't operate at the same speed. The itemization doesn't happen at the same speed. And our intention for how the speed of our intention for the progression rate needs to match the idea. So that's the important distinction to make. You don't need to one-to-one everything. You need to weigh in the popular options, the ones that had the most positive feedback, and idealize how those are incorporated in either a league or in just a base game mechanic. So example, crafting, if crafting is feeling like you do it all the time, it gets you nowhere, that brings down the player's willingness to both hunt for new items that they know they're going to have to pray they get good crafts for, and it makes them hesitant to use anything they currently have in the first place. Because they could look at an item and be like, that's 4 out of 5 of the stats that I need. And if I get the 5th stat, thank God. And then they never get it, and then now it's not better than the other piece they have, and they aren't willing to make the upgrade, but now it just it just keeps falling back and forth. I'm of the opinion that that chasing actual like monsters should be a lot of the fun. I'm of the opinion that actually going out and facing challenges and getting rewards that way, that is the more upfront dopamine hit to me than the taking the items back and trying to manipulate them to get to something that's better. Now, that being said, when you get a good crafting manipulation and it works, it's brilliant, right? You go, oh my God, I nailed it. It has that same feel, but it just doesn't have the upfront dopamine hit. And instead, you can get an upfront dopamine hit from seeing an item drop and then coming back and either A, knowing you need to do a ton of manipulation to get it to a point where it's what you want it to be, or B, you can ruin it entirely. Yeah, targeted farms should deal different items with different crafting effect. Yeah, I think that's the key component. Like if I'm trying to craft something specific, it's probably a good idea if I have some goal that isn't, I hope a bunch of chaos orbs drop, or I hope a bunch of this of whatever currency drops, like a divine orb or whatever. But if I know that I can work towards a specific way of getting to the stats that I want, to get to the build that I want, that is definitely, you get the initial item, you go, okay, this is something I can work with, and now I can go engage in content that helps me then engage with the crafting system. Thanks, Tuck. So I'm really curious to see how Path of Exile 2 does that. And yes, now I'm officially past. That scared me, Infallible. I'm going to turn the alerts off just for the sponsored stream, you know. But that'll be the last one that'll go through. Prime. But thank you for the Prime sub, Infallible. Enjoy the ad-free, enjoy the emotes. But yeah, now I was obviously live before my sponsored time after the servers were up. So quick reminder, I did play the original Path of Exile 2 release. As you can see from my level 86 Invoker, which we are going to do the new title update. I'm not going to be continuing my 86 Invoker in the Standard League. Yeah, so I'm doing a sponsor stream to check out Dawn of the Hunt. It's the new update. It's a lot, but among them, new economy, new class, new endgame mechanics, new crafting stuff, whole bunch of stuff. It's the first big hurrah since PoE 2's initial release into early access. And so I'm going to be trying out. So two things. I will have a few giveaways for just game access codes throughout the stream. So I'm going to do a few of those in an hour. I'm going to do a few of those an hour after that. And then we'll see where we're at. Number two, if you want to buy a Founders Pack, you want to buy one of the access packs, !PoE 2, or click the panel under the stream. It's sponsored, so obviously anyone who does that is supporting me. By supporting the sponsor, you support me. So if that's of interest to you, I would highly advise it. And I will probably do that spiel as we go. So for those who haven't played PoE 2, this might be a little confusing. There's Standard League, or as some people you may hear them call it, Graveyard League, depending on what mode you're playing in. And then there's leagues. There's just whatever the current league is. So Standard League is just like the base game and usually doesn't have any sort of major gameplay mechanics. Now, in this case, Standard and Dawn of the Hunt are not drastically different. This is one of the cases where the new mode is not a great example of a league. Standard is just like whatever the base game kind of operates under, like even with balance changes or whatnot, like those are all there. Like if your class gets an update and you want to mess around with stuff, normally Standard League is a place where you can go. And then you have the toggles here for solo, self-found, hardcore. Hardcore means if you die, then you go to the Graveyard League. That's where most people would refer to as the Graveyard League, is the hardcore. It's when your hardcore character dies. More importantly, when you go into a league and your hardcore character dies, it gets sent down. That's Graveyard. I can't answer that right now. That's not gonna work. What is it called? Now, normally a league has a ton of it has a massive gameplay overhaul, something specific to that league. This is more like a league that says, hey, we're giving you a fresh economy. It's probably good to start over here. That means that all of the items that you've collected, all of the things you've done in the standard league, they don't matter there. Everyone has to start over. And that's a pretty common thing when it comes to leagues itself. So yeah, this is the Huntress League. The new class Huntress is in there. But this is only like, this is like a league light, because there's not like a massive like gameplay overhaul specific to this. It's more like a lot of updates to the game with a fresh economy. So that's what that's obviously what we're going to do. We're going to do Dawn of the Hunt. And I was an invoker monk. I'm a monk player through and through. I'm obviously tempted to test out the monk changes, but because I'm not going to get into the end game today during a sponsored stream, which is where I would really like to be testing my monk, I'm just going to try Huntress, check out the support gems, check out the skills, see something new, because I really just educated myself on monk and its ascendancies in my first playthrough. I didn't branch out and play a ton of different things, witch, sorceress, mercenary. I saw a few things like, you know, nade merc, and I saw a few like pet builds and whatnot, but I didn't really mess around with them too much. So I'm going to go straight for Huntress. It's got a few examples here, but blind them, bleed them, maim them, prevail at any cost. These are just a few basic things. Hit and run, close in for the kill, cover your retreat with a hail of spears. Primal Fury. Oh, I think I might be a Primal Fury player. I think I might be a Primal Fury player. Yep, that's okay. That was all right. That was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That, I mean, to be fair, that does also look really cool. Now, obviously, that's not gonna matter now, but at some point, I might be a Primal Fury player. Hunter Haps. I was gonna say, ain't no way that name is taken. Listen, I got my pet right here. It makes sense for me to, you know, have a giant four-armed spectral ape just blasting things. Yeah, so there are just an absolute ton. Wait, what the heck? What? No. Sorry, I had a text from the dentist like, oh, by the way, we had a cleaning spot if you wanted it today. I was like, no. Just trying to upsell me. I think I did WASD when I played before. I think I did mouse on the first character and then swapped to WASD after like 20 levels. Find your way to safety. Well, I'm definitely safe here. Is the game active? The 10,000 player queue I sat in for 30 minutes before the servers came live would definitely suggest so. Or do you mean like, is it live? Like, is the servers up? Yeah, the servers just came up. All right, let's see. I just need my... Oh, I don't need to do that right now. I just got to kill a few basic guys here real quick. Yeah, Path of Exile is just in general, like GGG and what they put together is pretty massive. And PoE 2 in its early access period generates... Oh yeah, bucklers. This is the... I like how they have both the weapon types just instantly in there. Yeah, because whenever a new league starts, yeah, a lot of people always start up just to see the new changes, to see, well, everything. Yeah, this is all, like, I see why they're doing this. Yeah, here's the first gem I get. So, I parry, spear throw, whirling slash. Spear throw should be pretty self-explanatory. Whirling slash, there you go. Oh, right, I wanted to do that. Spear throw. I don't want parry on that. I'm going to put parry on that. There we go. Oh, what did I not do? Search for Miller and find safety. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because it wants me to actually press all the menu options, right. To bind a skill gem. Yeah, it wants me to actually place it here. I unfortunately, it's one of those things where I've done it already, so I'm like, I don't need to do that. And then, and it's like, bro, no, seriously, like, we're trying to tell you to do that. Like, come on now. Press E to use your new skill. Yeah. It's like, listen, you might know, but beware as monsters respawn with you. Don't worry, I'm sure the skip tutorial button is coming. It skips the tutorial, obviously, when you're doing the other difficulties, but not at this exact moment. Got a hell of an arm. Hey, I like that it's like highlighting the potion. It's like, hey, guy, use it. It's like, I know, I've done this before. Gotta remember that that sends you forward slightly. These porcupine crabs, man, I've got memories of these things. Don't mind me. Normally I would poke away until I hit level 2. I'm hoping that I just don't have... Hello. Sir. Sir, listen. Yeah, those porcupine dudes are... They do not mess around. Sir? Sir? I remember that charge getting me a bunch. Oh, I was like, don't do that. I'm in the middle of something. Don't do that. I mean, if you want it. I always say supporter packs are largely about if you want all the, like, cosmetics and stuff. They're definitely more driven by the idea of the cosmetic purchases to me. I'm very much big on just playing the game as is. I will say this, though. One thing that you will definitely be doing is buying, like, stashes and stuff at some point. So, however, having more availability to do that definitely don't hurt. Oh, yeah. Definitely taking that. One thing I did the first time I played is I did not take enough raw attack damage or, like, raw stat gems. I took a lot of, like, multipliers on elemental damage instead of getting base attack, and that really hindered my initial stuff. Yeah, I'd say the basic one is more than enough because you can buy enough of the good stashes with that. Everything else becomes about the cosmetics, and if you plan on playing for a really long time, obviously the more currency you have, the more valuable that will be at some point. Let's see. We've got disengage, jump back as you rupture the earth, twister, blinds enemies, pierces all targets, twister radius, wind up a twister spear, twister moves forward erratically, blinding and repeatedly hitting. Very similar. Twister touches a whirlwind from your other skills. It consumes the whirlwind to create an additional twister. That's pretty cool. So you can do whirling slash, make a whirlwind and then throw the twister at it. Passing over elemental ground surfaces or consuming an elemental whirlwind will grant twisters extra damage of that element. Okay, so I could run like, I mean, if I took enough freeze, I could technically go a freeze twister build, but I mean, with the 48% reduction, that's probably not going to play super well. And stash tabs stay forever, yes. Account-wide, including cosmetics, yep. High value on that. Frenzy Charge Spear looks pretty good. I think for now, if I'm just going to get another tier 1 skill, I like the idea of hurling the payload. It's not like I'm not gonna get enough gems to like try a bunch of other stuff anyway, you know what I mean? Grant skill, parry, raise shield. Sure. Yeah, especially if you, or if you want to go back and try and play PoE 1. Other important detail to consider. Work mode, no problem, Tuck. Thanks. Jumping and prodding, hopefully. Yeah. I always say you could always start with the lowest pack, and then if you're like, oh man, I'm really liking it, then you can go to the higher packs. That's usually a safer bet, I feel, for most people. Oh, okay. I wanted to see the actual payload itself. Oh, okay. I gotta not throw more than... Okay. I'm not gonna bother picking that up. Maybe the exit door can be wherever it wants to be now. I don't want a felled great club. Honestly, I just remember this. I always remember hating this as like a brand new character. Oh my goodness. Well, that's not true. The second time I did this as Monk, I pretty much just ran through her. First league, just, I played 2 monks. Oh, you know what? I remember why the second one went so much faster, though. I just remembered I had all the extra gear from the first one. Yep. There you go. I love leveling uniques. It's alright, we make it work. Hey, what's going on, Canaxis? Yeah, I played PoE 2 when it first came out. I was level, what was I, 86 on my Invoker? Obviously, that's nothing to write home about, but you know. I mean, I'll just go with the energy shield at this point. Doesn't matter. I don't really care about the specific pieces I have at this point. Yep, that's a hag, all right. That's the hag experience I remember. There's the mud burrow. I might as well just kill the things around. Yeah, I know. I had the buckler on. Then I picked up this shield and I was like, you know what? I like slapping things back with this. I guess I should try out the buckler since it's new, however. The buckler skills they added in. Oh my goodness. Just 2 hags instantly. That's me just trying to use the buckler. Which just feels weird to me. It's very much not my usual play style to try to use like a parry buckler on stuff like this. Wow, and they also instantly fried me to boot. Yeah, it's very much not my play style to use a buckler most of the time. At least not on like a big pack. Not with these low level skills. I mean, the easiest way to... So the answer is twofold. A, if you really want something across the tree, then you come up with a build that lets you cross the tree. Number 2, there are ways to get nodes on skills. But, I wouldn't yet say you should rely on them. Probably not in the current landscape would I want to reliably want to get a piece something like that in equipment. Yeah, because that's a late game way of doing things. There is a way. Just, it's gonna be not something I would worry about reliably doing early on. Alright, I'm gonna put this here. Yeah, generally if you really want something, you're gonna be going out of your way to get it. You're probably gonna be crafting it more than likely. Yeah, again, you're not gonna be like, I'm gonna specifically pick this one thing and put it in and automatically achieve that. Yeah, it's gonna be an expensive endeavor more than likely. Alright, I'm getting more the hang of using the buckler. Just throw the thing down and then just be like, alright, here. Get parried in it. Although at this point, not like that really matters. Oh, bad guys. I like emptying the map. I'm not someone who's just like, let me just run objective to get to specific things. I'm like, all right, let me see the map. Let me clear it out. Yeah, we got to do treacherous ground first. I could really use some equipment. Game. I don't think we're talking about the same game, Draconix. Oh yeah. That's the damage I remember taking. Look out. Did you just yell that to yourself? Spears and bow skills that can be used on it. Yeah. Sounds about right. Oh, skill gems. Hello, hatchery. Ow! Listen, I'll take anything that actually puts an energy shield or any amount of anything on me. Well, at least this actually does pretty good job. I don't know how I really feel about the payloaded spear. I think I'd rather have the other one. I mean, I'll need another skill gem to try it out. Come on. Just get poked to death. Get out of my way. I am wased. Oh, boy. Alright. Got it. Did not parry that. Still didn't parry it. Don't know why I thought it would work the second time. I'm a big Wazd fan. Big old Wazd fan. Oh. Pain from the dentist earlier is not the greatest. Yeah, generally speaking, yeah, delirium is what I was thinking. If there is a way to get it. Then there generally is ways to get to all that stuff. You just won't be able to be like, oh, I'm at that point, I'm gonna go get that right now. You know what I mean? That was more the point I was trying to make. Like, you're gonna be praying. It's better to, if you want a node, to come up with a way that gets it, that gets to it. That's almost always the better plan. Alright, I can start by just branching out to these first few nodes, and then I'll work out from there. I'll start looking at the other options from there. What? Nope, I forgot about the ooze. Oh, I forgot about this entire bit where it moves too. Constantly. Ugh. Hello, sir. I don't remember this boss doing all these things. Probably because I just destroyed him the first time I did it. The goo! Oh yeah, I'm out of, I'm probably in, yep. I remember my monk having a much quicker time with that. This ain't my grandpappy's, yeah, I know, right? Let's see now, it's got it. Lag, oh that's unfortunate. Mine seems to be playing, normal as usual. I'd really like to pick up another skill gem. And not rawhide boots. Yeah, the payload definitely not my jam. Maybe after it's upgraded, but in its current state. I also keep forgetting how far that's going to throw. It's the big guy. It's not too much of a problem. Got a little too used to farming with my uniques. Excuse me. Stop it. I'm here to kill the Devourer. I don't remember that boss doing all of that. Just goes to show how long it's been since I actually, oh my god. Since I did it on a fresh character. Stop it. I always feel like I get lucky, though. I feel like I almost never have performance. Oh, good, a quarterstaff. just to remind me. Of the class that I was playing. Just as I'm talking about my monk. Don't make me swap to it. I want to try the new weapons. It's loot. That's what it is, Remedy. Alright. I'm just gonna do that so it stops telling me. Well, I'll take that, I suppose. Y2, no. No. This is taking a while, though. That wasn't that long.
Welcome. If I don't take a punt, you know you want to.
It's like, sir, would you like to sell these items that you found? What if I wanted a random spear? Could afford it anyway. Look at that nice empty stash. The new league empty stash. But it shouldn't scare you. Although it has some, it has its moments. Oh, Mr. Worm. I'm all done. Doesn't have very many animals. Some. Oh, actually, hold on. Oh, I hate that. Not the tail. It's all the goop. There he is. Stop with the goop. Oh. Sir. Nope. I keep wanting him to do the, what's it called? The melee attack. He's just given up on doing it. There we go. Yeah, you can still play your old character. The league differences don't really make it so your previous work doesn't do anything, but to play mostly new stuff, you're going to end up wanting to go into new, oh, level 5, of course. I was like, why can't I equip those? You're going to want to go into the new stuff. I'm going to pick, so instead of Explosive Spear, I wonder how the Twister ends up. I need to see how these skills actually feel. Consume the parry debuff on hitting enemies to release a shockwave and grant you a frenzy charge. So maybe that with this will work better because this consumes a frenzy charge. Oh, if the end of its detonation time or if detonated. Detonator skills can cause flammable gas oil. Okay, yeah. So if I were to, I would need one of those as well. So like something like the gas from Merc. Yeah, if you start in the league, the big thing is that you just won't carry things over. I'm gonna try disengage. I just gotta see how things feel at this point. I have a feeling I'm gonna like that.
More time.
And then it gets a frenzy if... Consumes the parried buff. Alright. Cause strikes of projectiles to miss you while jumping. I do like that. Let me tell you, definitely a fan of that.
Now this won't.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let me look at what the recommendeds are at base. Bloodlust, it's going to deal more damage against bleeding enemies. Break armor on hit against parried enemies. It's kind of like the main thing to combine it with the buckler. Says damage taken while using support skills. This recoup does life per quarter second of attack. I mean, oh, there it goes. Remember when I said I hadn't had any issues? Unexpected disconnection occurs, but I was reading. Oh, did it just let me right back on? God, I wish I had something for my implant. He did, well, I mean, all right. That was very short-lived. But I was reading. Yeah, I don't really like that for that one. I just want to see what it recommends more than anything. Brutality on Whirling Slash seems like... I mean, brutality in general, if I were to just go neutral and pure physical. I mean, obviously just no chaos and no elemental damage on that one. Faster Whirling Slash. More stun threshold for heavy stuns. It's pretty good. Definitely don't want rage on... Why would... If I were to do rage on melee hit, I feel like I would definitely throw it on something else. That's interesting. Reading. We can't allow that. Doubles a chance to ignite. Sport skills have +1 to limit. Sport skills have fit. Okay. Yes, because the economies are separate. Generally, the idea of the league, the big thing is the complete economy reset. Means that you can't be like hoarding things and dominate the economy when somebody comes into it. Everybody has to kind of operate within the new economy for whatever the league is, like just starting over from scratch what was already there, and any economy specific things that may have value to other people playing within that league. And since your characters all exist in separate leagues, your trading has to exist in separate leagues. A lot. And I don't think I can summarize it down to the 17,000 word patch notes down to what is new. Class, weapons, support gems, endgame, crafting. That's as good as it's going to get. And honestly, even that's pretty, a pretty simplified version. No, this is still early access. They said they wanted this released by end of year. That was what their original goal was. I wouldn't expect it prior to that point to hit an official 1.0 state. This is 0.2 state. Alright, I can see at least a basic combo for these little enemies. They won't matter. It won't matter much for the big enemies, but matter for something sooner or later. Oh yeah, my mouth is getting more and more uncomfortable. I was warned that I would be in some pain if I didn't take any pain meds. Just some Tylenol. I don't have any.
Spirits, breath, some swords, still ready. Go on then.
Yeah, that pain is ramping up a good bit.
Try keep up. Don't lose sight.
I'm staying on it. Yeah, I had a healing cap put in earlier. And normally I have pretty good pain tolerance, but this is a little more uncomfortable than the actual. It's weird because they said I would be in less pain than when I did the I'm trying to put it down. I hate these things, although they don't seem nearly as bad as they used to be. These things were the most obnoxious before. All right, now we're hunting, boy. Thanks, man. Well, I mean, if you're given the proper medications, you should absolutely be feeling pain. I mean, you should absolutely not be feeling pain. But if you are not given medications, you can, unless you are, there is something very, very ridiculously high. That is not a dentist-specific thing. If your wisdom teeth are pulled out, you are going to experience pain. There is no universe in which your wisdom teeth are removed from your gums and disconnected, and you do not, without medication, feel pain. Unless you, as an individual, are a sicko. That is not a what the dentists do. That is a what is being done to your body situation. They just gave me Tylenol and said take more Tylenol later and you'll be fine in a day.
Hold on. I need a moment to prepare.
See, now that's strange because I can definitely get all of mine pulled at once. Okay, see, now we're getting somewhere. The frenzy charges are starting to look way cool. Obviously, that's a little bit slow of a combo for now, but eventually I'll be able to really pull in more frenzy charges and make that work for me.
The spirit still watches. Let it bear.
All right, let's see. What am I working towards here? Primal Instinct is fine. I'm going to grab that. No. Stalk and Leap is probably not a bad idea because I am alternating between the two. You can't put Scatter Shot? Unfortunate. Blur is probably not too bad. I'm going to want maybe Cat-like Agility. Let's see. Oh, sorry. That's not the command. The drops are something else entirely. The command is not reflective of the drops themselves. There are new drops for this, though. It should be in the top of the channel, as per the usual way drops are communicated. So for now, we get that. Stalk and Leap seems pretty good. Parry debuff duration, projectile speed, precision salvo. No. If you consumed a frenzy charge, savagery is probably not bad if I actually, because I have a feeling I'm gonna want to go frenzy charges. It's either, oh god, this actually hurts my mouth. It wasn't the best day to do a sponsored stream as well as get this healing cap put in. Yeah, it should. I mean, if you've ever had drops on Twitch before, it should work the same. Melee strike range. Interesting. To fork. Actually, quite like... Seriously, pairing a melee hit grants 40%. Yeah, I like this whole, like, swap back and forth theme that a lot of the Huntress specific nodes are going for. I feel like I'm gonna need cat-like agility to survive at some point. But if I go without knowing what my ascensions do, I feel like I don't want to commit to that. I feel like if I don't have an ascension that converts evasion rating... Well, actually, hold on. No, if I go all the way... God, I don't know if they've changed it. Where is... There's Frenzy Charges. There's Acrobatics. So if I were to go up to Acrobatics from down here, I don't think that's too bad of an idea. Feel like it's probably an Acrobatics play. As long as I stack evasion rating by the time I hit the mid-levels. I feel like it is. I feel like this is going to be an Acrobatics play. And I think that's the... Unless my ascendancies of something else that consumes evasion rating, it should work out okay. Because on Invoker Monk before, when I had a good enough evasion rating, I could technically take both Acrobatics and the Invoker skill that converts evasion rating to armor. And that was actually fine. So in isolation, Acrobatics... without any other restriction probably works. So if I run through to this, definitely take Acrobatics. I think we run through Primal Instinct. Maybe grab Reflex Action. I think we go up through here, grab that. Actually, hold on. What are these? These nodes. Evasion, 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 evasion. I think, there's definitely a few nodes around here that I want. For survival. So we got to take some of these attack nodes. Melee and projectile nodes. Melee projectile nodes, that's fine. Along the highway, there's precision salvo, stun buildup. Bonuses gained equip quiver, don't care about that. +1 poisons, I'm probably not doing that. Escape velocity. Okay, if I were to run through to escape velocity... Companions gain your dexterity is not that bad. No, quiver bonus. Yeah, it's not really... I mean, I could work my way through to proficiency, I suppose. Yeah, so I think to get to acrobatics, instead of running along the highway, I think I stop and grab enhanced reflexes and bestial skin. So, I think that's the path that we're looking for here. At least if we're working backwards from acrobatics, because from acrobatics, I probably do grab either struck through or fervor, depending on, I guess, the build. I guess struck through, I'll probably end up grabbing all of this. So work my way backwards, grab all of this, grab proficiency, double back down through here. So I'll go through this highway to get there. Heartstopper. No, I definitely don't need Heartstopper. I don't need any of these, I don't think. Reaching strike might not be too bad. Is that the path of exile? Yes. It's also, so without looking at the ascendancies, this is tough. I think no matter what, I need acrobatics. I think no matter what build, I'm going to need acrobatics. So I think for now, I don't want to focus on the highway. I definitely want to grab escape velocity along the way. And I need to make sure I'm getting enough damage. Defensively, that makes sense. But damage-wise, we've got our first few attack nodes here. How many highway nodes do I have? Well, I'm going to pick up a decent amount of dexterity from this stuff. Yeah, I think I go outward, grab attack damage, grab this. I don't think I need the flask recovery. I kind of want blur. 4% increased movement, 20% evasion rating. I kind of want blur, but do I want to get blur from here and then stop? Or do I want to go from blur? Is there anything down here that I really want? Not really. I see the highway path. I'm just trying to see where I want to branch off and grab stuff. Cannot be critically hit while parrying. It's not the worst. But increased defenses from equipped shield. So yeah. Although, wait. Yeah, this might actually be worth this will be worth... That alone, shield defenses is kind of good on its own. Probably not the great. 25% from equipped shield. Which means I could get 25% more evasion rating from a buckler if I wanted to run that. If I didn't want to do that, I don't really like most of these other nodes. So that's kind of a problem. I guess consistent intake is not so bad. But it looks like I'm going to be going back and forth between melee and range attacks anyway. So we'll go one more here. We'll definitely go one more here and then grab Primal Instinct. Then 30% increased melee damage if you dealt to protect. Yeah, I think we grab Stalk and Leap. We run through, we grab this, we grab these. These are not base damage. These are melee and projectile damage. I have to be careful about that. I need to make sure my base attack is pretty good. These alone are going to do a decent enough job for that for a while. A small spear tree at the bottom. Here? Yeah, here it is. Okay, we definitely want to get to that. What else is nearby? That looks like I might need to highway directly there. Not like from where I am right now, but it's, I think I highway. Okay, so for my acrobatics path, definitely still highway up here, but from here, grab the meta jewel, grab the jewel socket. Let's see if I want to... Yeah, because then from here, from this node, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nodes to get to the spear. That's not bad. I don't trust... I'm tough to... Those might be good, but I'm having a hard time wanting it. Text at 25%. I might want to stop for Maiming Strike. I'm trying to see if there's anything along the highway I very specifically want. Because I'm trying to wing this. Again, I want to gather knowledge every time I play. And then see if I can, like, logic my way into the things that I probably want the most. And I definitely need... If I'm actually going to run Spear Buckler, I definitely want that entire spear tree. I think I do stop and grab Maiming Strike along the way. Debuffs you inflict have 4% increased slow magnitude. I might just want to go at this, and that's it. Node-wise. I think that's all. I think that's all I can determine for now. I'm not even going to get that far today because today's stream isn't going to be super long for Path of Exile 2, but if I do end up playing next week and I want to try Huntress without Googling what other builds people are doing, I think the core idea of acrobatics is my primary defensive tool along with the evasion rating on everything, plus all of this. Bestial Skin and this and acrobatics should all go really well together. I think that's the right play. And also the dexterity along the way, I think is going to be... probably something that I need. Given, yeah. Okay. I think we have a decent enough idea. We'll grab this. Grab Stalk and Leap. I might also consider grabbing Blur. Just like throw a few points. Yeah, the parrying is something that I'm still trying to determine how much I really... The big thing is I don't... so expanding my knowledge base includes something like understanding the threshold for parrying and where that will and will not be useful. Because obviously there's this right here, 25 increased defenses from Equip Shield. So if I am going to go acrobatics, grabbing shield defenses makes sense. just for the added evasion rating. It means running an evasion rating shield and that compounding on top of bestial skin giving me 100% more evasion. That both of those technically make sense in terms of defensive capabilities. Cannot be critically hit while parrying also seems like there's no reason I wouldn't take it. It's reducing the odds that I take a critical hit at a bad time. So both of these seem like pretty clutch defensive skills to grab. 5% block chance on both of those. I guess I'm not wild about that, but it's hard for me to argue against can evade everything, increased evasion from 2 different pieces, and cannot be crit while parrying. I don't know, like, it's hard for me to argue against that. Especially if I were to be running like something where the enemies have high crit chance. Like if I were to be running a map where the enemies just have high crit chance. Just being able to make for a situation where I can avoid the crits. Again, just, it seems like a no-brainer to me. But defensively, I've got it figured out. My problem isn't defensively. My problem is offensively. How do I stop and grab those things without feeling like I kill at such a slow speed? I think figuring out defenses is like just in isolation, it's easier to figure out in Path of Exile. In respect to not sacrificing your actual kill speed, I think I have no choice but to run along this. Stop, get this, and then grab that. I don't think I have to grab this right away. I don't think I grab shield defenses until I get acrobatics. So I think what we do is we run this path, we get to this highway node. That's fine. We get to that highway node. From this highway node onward, I need to figure out where I need to get damage. Technically, adaptable assault isn't the worst. It's successfully pairing a melee hit. Like, even just counterstancing, I think at some point is potentially valuable. Savagery may not be bad later, but isn't super important now. Melee damage. I have to remember that straight up melee damage, it's like without knowing the future tools, this is the stuff that's going to get reworked. Because right now, at the start of the tree, they're giving you stuff that lets you get both. Like this is melee and projectile. You throw one. See, the thing is, you can put a utility projectile in to increase melee damage. So that's what I'm thinking will probably... I think I will end up going down that road where I end up being primarily melee just from like a playstyle perspective. But I have a utility projectile that I'm using frequently that buffs melee damage. If that's the case, then diverting down here, then maybe going to blur and then diverting down here to grab heavy weaponry might be worth it just for the early damage. I think there's some value in considering that. Along this path, attack speed, precision salvo is probably worth stopping and grabbing. Attack speed, accuracy rating, cool. So on my way to the spear, because I don't think beelining for the spear is a good idea. Because this is all multiplicative of the damage. Like, this is... I want my base attack to be high. So I can then multiply it off of the spear traits here. Like this has this has attack speed, this has damage, great. This all multiply my attack damage, cool. But I need a decent value leading up to that. So increased attack damage, increased attack speed. Blur is nice, but I don't think I need it right away. I do think reflex... I think the play is eventually reflex action into blur into heavy weaponry. I think that's the play. Stun threshold while parrying is going to be valuable if I plan on actually using spear and buckler. Parry damage is never going to be bad. Evasion rating while parrying, again, acrobatics is going to be playing a crucial role in that. It means while I'm parrying, I just am mildly more likely to do that, which obviously it needs to be multiplied, but 4% movement speed is just nice. There's not a whole lot of movement speed for me to grab, so it's why I'm tempted to grab 2 evasion rating nodes and then the 2 movement speed nodes that are right here, but it's probably smarter to just grab 4 evasion rating nodes if I'm going to do that. Stun buildup, double damage penetrates 12% elemental resists. That depends on my damage. I haven't even thought about damage profile yet in terms of like that. I can't consider it at the moment. Oh, I'm going to get escape velocity. Maybe I don't. I mean, I still grab blur, but I don't think I need those other nodes. Okay, that saves me some time. Stun work. There's a lot of utility around here. Catalysis being here is interesting. 5% of physical damage from hits taken as damage as a random element. Okay. See, this is the shit that I love. This is what I want to be able to do. I want to have enough knowledge to look at everything and then just be like, all right, what makes sense? Like, that's the eventual goal for me, is regardless of what changes they make, is that I read a node, I look at my skills, and I can go, okay, that makes logical sense. I was going to grab... Well, yeah, the idea was I was going to go to acrobatics and grab enhanced reflexes, go up here, get acrobatics, and then finish filling this node. That's, to me, this entire section is solved. I don't see any reason to not run my way up through here, get proficiency and all the dexterity, then get to acrobatics by going up and around first, and then back down and fill in the whole thing. Again, to me, that's solved. It's making sure I have enough damage before I even get there. Because that's going to be like the body piece. Again, yeah. Accurate represent. And yeah, if you've never played Path of Exile, like, this is the kind of stuff that, like, once you learn it and you're trying to figure it out, you'll pull up like a skill tree simulator and you'll go from there. And you'll just like try to like nail things in. Because eventually it all starts kind of making sense. You're like, well, I don't really care about freeze buildup. You can start eliminating things you don't need. Like, I don't need, I'm not planning on doing freeze. I don't need freeze buildup. I don't need ignite buildup. I don't need, like, you just start eliminating things that have nothing to do with your build. And it makes the rest of the nodes, like, make sense. You can also search for nodes, mind you. So, like, if I wanted to do attack. So, like, I can see now, these all have the word attack. Let me see. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Attack damage. So now I can see this has the word attack and damage. So like I guess I could narrow it down a little bit more. It has attack or damage in it. See, this has damage and attack both. So I could go just attack again. I can see that includes speed. So you just go for the word damage. What does this have? Parry damage. I think no matter what, I'm running along this to start. This is critical damage. Yeah. Then you also start to recognize the nodes. Damage penetrates lightning resistance. Then you can start typing. I was going to go to harness the elements for a build at one point for Monk. And I decided not to. I think it would be really fun at some point. Okay, so... Hit breaks 50%. What is this? Some skills, items, for gems can break. Okay, it's just saying hits that break. Oh, okay. Hit breaks 50% increased armor on targets with ailments. Okay, so if I would apply that, it's not really worth grabbing just straight up damage if I'm not also going to use splinters or I'm not going to use primal sundering. Which if I'm running the, I'm probably okay. So let me think about this. The most appealing of the three trees was the one that had the ancestral spirits. The Huntress, of the three that it showed me, like when you select your class, the one with the giant four-armed ape and the thunder twisters, which I already understand the interaction for because I have that skill. Or I have a skill that at least somewhat implies that I understand it. That was the coolest looking one. I'm going to assume the damage profile on that, if I were to look through my skill tree. Gee, I always forget. If I were to look through if I were to look through my support gems, and look at all the options. I don't have one on me, do I? I have a skill gem, yeah. Lightning spear, yeah. So all frenzy charges are from a giant spear thrust that knocks back enemies. For each frenzy charge, Wind Serpent follows in the Spirit Serpent also does knockback. Okay, so that's not lightning damage. So it's a matter of determining what would be the profile of the damage. And then there's also the ability to modify the damage profile. So it's like, let me look at the skills now. Conjure Azamari Wisp to engulf a rare beast for a duration, hindering them. If you defeat the beast while it is engulfed in wisps, it will be captured by this gem, transforming the gem to instead allow you to summon the beast as a reviving. So there's companion building. Consumes freeze, shock, and ignite. So that's far more like hard. This actually is more harness the elements than it is not harness the elements. Thunderous leap into the air and plunge your spear into the ground, emitting a lightning charged shockwave. Oh, that sounds like, oh my god, a thunderous leap build. I guess it depends on how far you go with it. Unfortunately, it won't let me see the skill. Oh, wait, there we go. There it is.
This skill is a detonator and can be used to detonate.
Oh, it's a detonator to boot.
Like explosive spear or in enemies, like with rapid assault.
I can't help but feel like I'd be stupid not to run Thunderous Leap. Like, I'd have to see the support gems for it. But you can't tell me that you don't immediately think of just leaping over everything non-stop and just stab, just jumping into them, maybe throwing into a oh man, that's appealing to me. I mean, I'm just getting started with it, so there's not a whole lot to say about it right now. Oh, you know what? That would be interesting. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing secondary lightning bolt. Yeah, I think I might run lightning. I'm actually really liking the way the lightning skills are described. Yeah, this lets you tame beasts. This, like, captures a beast, engulf a rare beast for a duration, and then if you kill it while it's engulfed, it transforms the gem to allow you to summon the beast as a reviving companion. Tamed beast retains up to 4 monster modifiers when summoned. Okay. So you can just capture you capture rares that with up to 4 that saves up to 4 modifiers. It's nice. That's really cool. First 2 attacks conjure a charging Wildwood Spirit if they hit a shocked enemy and yeah, I don't know. I'm actually really liking the lightning skills as they're being described to me before looking at the support gems themselves. So I can only imagine what they end up looking like. Yeah, I think that honestly that might help. So I'm thinking maybe I grab attack damage here and then grab Primal Sundering. The damage numbers on abilities? Do you mean when I hit an enemy? Or on the skill itself? Because the skill itself is a matter of calculation. It says it like converts a portion of your attack damage. And then you can go through all the different elements to convert into, like, I guess to eventually come into what will be the final damage. The percentage of your attack damage as whatever, whether it be physical damage, whatever, that's really the main number you're looking at to get to the strength. Yeah, so I think we've got a better path now. We go up through here, we stop, we grab this. I think it might be worth getting cooked. I love that as well. And I do think we grab Maiming Strike still. Magnitude of shock. This might be worth it as well. Shock duration, magnitude. Yeah, if I'm going to run lightning, I think that's what we do. I think we run up through this, grab these 3 nodes, go here, grab these 2 attack damage nodes, and then grab these 2 elemental. Tanky. I mean, maybe. I mean, that's the beauty of it. That'll get me a jewel socket. That's only one jewel socket, though. From acrobatics, I have to grab the second jewel socket. No way I'm not grabbing a second jewel socket there. Okay, I should stop worrying about it because that stuff's all super far away. I should just keep playing. I know, a tough prospect.
Whirling slash.
Yeah, I noticed that there were far less jewel sockets pretty quickly. I like missed all of them. Yeah, that seems to be working quite well. Bit of a slow combo, which I learned from my Invoker Monk. Like, obviously, unless I'm going to actually, like, do something to speed that up. Oh, damn it. But I definitely don't want to get used to relying on things like that, too. Yeah, I ran into the issue where I needed charges on my Invoker Monk to do my, like, big lightning slam. And when I got into late game, that, like, not even late game, as I just got later into pre-cruel. Like, yeah, it one-shot literally everything, but it was so unreliable. So I've learned that lesson once already. The setup for parrying, I think, is fine. But I need to really make sure that I'm not being like, oh, I need to get a frenzy charge in order to do this. And then it just, yeah, that's going to be a little too slow. And I mean, even prior to getting all the stuff I need. Yeah, leaving the ignite on the ground is definitely better. Also, instantly exploding the spear. Now, keep in mind, on the reverse side of that, if I were to, when I get to the leaping strike and I have the detonation, I probably want a support gem. If I were to use the spear, I would probably want a support gem that alters it to being lightning. That would probably behoove me a great deal more. Maybe. There might be one that changes the shape, or at the very least, the AoE size of it.
This place bears the wounds of war.
Yeah, see, just against a pack of enemies, that in isolation seems like, wow, that was great. But if it takes me forever to do every time, and then, you know, I got to do that for every enemy pack, it adds up. That was the lesson I learned. This is why I'm like already thinking about like Thunderous Leap and stuff, because like I'm looking at this like, yeah, I can slow kill enemies like this. Do I really want to? Not really. Until at least I get to the higher support gems. I mean, this is a result of with the new league, I don't have any of my items, so normally I would probably just blast them and it would be over. Yeah, the detonation. So, well, that's why I'm only using the Frenchie charge bit. But that's the thing. It can be manually detonated as well. I just don't have any detonator skills at the moment. Because my level is, you know, I'm still at the start of it for Huntress. I could instantly, with Thunderous Leap, I could instantly jump on it and blow it up if I wanted to. I'm here, Mr. Hunter Man. They're prime touched. Let's go, sir. Yeah, now's not the time, Obelisk of Rust. They're getting so strong. I gotta really not miss that. Yeah, it's just that guy in there. Listen, guy. I really want to get in there. I also really want to live. Oh. I'm good without any redemption. Thank you very much. Thank you, Delwyn. We good? We good, man? We good? All right. Delwyn, how do you feel about helping me with this? Definitely like to clear the board. Thank you very much. New class, I will. Thank you. And actually, since we're over an hour into the stream and my mouth really is like in pain, I had a dentist appointment earlier today. And I didn't expect the pain. Let's see. I would like to do some giveaways now before I forget. Because I'm honestly, I kind of forgot. I was like, okay, let me, I pulled up the thing to do giveaways. And then I was like, oh, I'm just playing the game, right? Nope. Giveaway. Yeah, they just gave me some access codes. So like the game's still in early access. So if you want to play, you either A, need an access code, or B, you buy one of the supporter packs. Obviously, if the link that I have, !POE2 from that Oceloth just shared, that leads to the supporter packs, and if you want to grab them, they support me, they support the game. And with Path of Exile, those supporter packs go a long way, especially things like stash tabs and whatnot actually go back and are actually shared between PoE 1 and 2. So if you buy a stash tab in PoE 2, works for PoE 1, and then PoE 1 goes the other way around. So there's a lot of value, especially in the currency that comes with those supporter packs, if you ever want to go back and try to play PoE 1. So solid. Yeah, the numbing agent is gone. Normally, I don't get pain, though. That's why I'm kind of surprised. It's like, I'm normally, like, really pain tolerant. But today, just not the case, I guess. And so, yeah, while those packs are great and you could always buy them at any time, I have, yeah, the cosmetics even go back and forth, to be clear. The cosmetics work in both games, too. Yeah, not all currently. There's something that they do with them in 2, isn't there? For, like, the ones that don't exist? I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Here we go. I was looking for giveaways. But anyway, I have access codes. Yeah, they show up and they say they won't load. There you go. So if you want to try it out and you don't, and you maybe just want to see if you get access before buying a pack, this will be the giveaway to enter. Probably not going to be too many people. Most people who are like into playing Path of Exile, they tend to get into it real quick. They're usually not on the fence about it. So I expect most people here are people who are already playing. I just have a feeling, right? I think it's a fair assessment. Like Path of Exile, people get it going when they want to do Path of Exile stuff. It's just is how it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. PoE 1. Yeah, I'm the same way. I never got into PoE 1, so I tried PoE 2 and it came out. I actually really enjoyed it. I know a lot of PoE 1 people were kind of like, there's a lot of criticism laid against it. That's fair. They should be criticizing it. Games get better through criticism. Especially when it's, the sequel to the game they've already been playing for however many years. Totally get it. In isolation, though, I had a lot of fun with the PoE 2 launch, which is why I was glad to do this today. Yeah, I even went back to PoE 1, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, technically, you could get the code, and if you have a friend that's on the fence, and you want to get them addicted... Anyone got a friend who's on the fence but doesn't want to buy a supporter pack? A, tell them that if they do buy a supporter pack to do it through me. And B, that's your time. So, I'm going to be giving away 3 codes now and another 2. Not too late in the future. I have 5 total, and my stream's only supposed to be 2 hours. And with the pain that I have, I kind of don't want to go much over the 2 hours. So, I'm going to give away 3 right now. These are just access codes, just general access codes to the to Path of Exile 2. And all you have to do to enter is be a follower of the stream. If you're not a follower, follow. And then you just got to type in the word hunt. H-U-N-T. Punctuation doesn't matter. Capitalization doesn't matter. Just the word hunt. Dawn of the Hunt. Listen, the keyword had to be dawn or hunt. To be fair. Come on now. So yeah, if you want to try it out, if you have a friend who wants to try it out and you want to enter on their behalf and they're not here, totally get it. And it worked like a charm. We always be hunting anyway. Yeah, I know it's a sponsored stream, but mind you, I was always planning on playing Path of Exile 2. I didn't know if I'd have time for Dawn of the Hunt, but for a sponsored stream, obviously I'm going to make time for a sponsored stream to do this. Because, I'm not an idiot. And I already liked the game, so duh. Like, it was a no-brainer for me. And I'm telling you, I feel myself getting sucked down the black hole again. I took one look at that tree, and you saw I sat on that tree for like 30 minutes. And honestly, 30 minutes is nothing in terms of how long you could spend on one of those trees. Yeah. So I'm going to give this another minute. And then I'm going to pull winners. And I'm going to pull 2 more winners in not too long. There's 3 winners now, 2 winners later. Ivy. Honestly, if not for the fact that my mouth hurt, this stream would have been probably like 3 or 4 hours. Now, I have plans at 5. So definitely not 5 hours because I need a break. Especially because I've been streaming, 12 to 16 hours a day for the last 3 days before this. All right, I'm going to start pulling winners. Keep in mind that you can enter at any time by being a follower and typing hunt. While I'm pulling the winners, you can still be entering. That's not the drops. The drops are something else. There's drops now, and there's new drops from April 13th through the 19th. If you look at the top of the screen, it should say. But anyway, the first winner for an access code to Path of Exile 2 is going to be Yugo. Oh, Yugo. Yeah, you can still keep entering. I'm pulling more winners. Just because I pull a winner, don't stop entering if you want to win. There's Yugo. I figured Yugo wasn't going to miss out on this. All right, I'm going to DM you, Yugo, and then let me know that you got it. And then I'm going to pull another winner. This is just for access codes. So if you already have access in Ivy, don't do that. Hey! Stop. Don't do that. Then get a code for your friend. If you have a friend who's been on the fence and they don't have access, do it for them. Ivy, stop. I'm trying to do a sponsored stream and a giveaway. All right, I Twitch DM'd you a code, Yugo. Let me know that you got it. And I can pull a second winner. By the way, Brokabo is a great name. I just looked over at my recently followed and I saw that and I'm like, got it. Perfect. All right. That's our first winner. Now our second winner. Remember, you can enter at any time. Maybe I just pull all 5 winners now. Because like I said, my mouth hurts and I don't want to do, it's just, I want to get it. I want to get the giveaways done. It's because when 2 p.m. hits, I need to stop talking for a little while. Yeah, let's just do all 5 winners. So hunt is still the keyword. You do need to be a follower to win. It's just for an access code. Go nuts. Let me pull the second winner now. Thumbs up. The next winner is Stereo. Stereo Homesick. If you're here, just acknowledge. Yeah, you got the name. I mean, I saw it. I was like looking at the list, and normally I just kind of go like, whatever. But I saw it, and I was like, nice. There's Stereo. Congratulations. I am DMing it to you on Twitch. It'll be in your Twitch inbox. It's funny when you give somebody a 20-digit code that says, go lose thousands of hours of your life, but you'll have a ton of fun doing it. All right, I sent it to your Twitch DMs. Just let me know that you got it. You can respond to the DM or just tell me here. It doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that it's received, you know? And then you could just use my PoE2 link, go to the site, and then you could just use it there. If you just want to use my link to go make the account, it takes you to the pack buying page, but you could just navigate from there. Got it? Thanks. No problem. That's 2. I got 3 more to give away. Keyword hunt. You do need to be a follower to win. Before I pull this winner, let me just check something real quick. All right. All right. Let's pull another winner. Draconics. Oh, Draconics. Yeah, make sure if you enter that you don't go anywhere either. So many people don't get it. Listen, the Kobo, just like those 4 letters, will always register in my head. Draconics, if you're here, you want a code, but I need you to be here to accept it. Up to 400. Dude, that's how it is. The league dodge. The addictive personality redirection. There it is. Draconics, congratulations. That's 3. I'm giving away 2 more. No problem. It will be in your Twitch DMs. It is going there now. I have a feeling I'll actually make some time to play this over the next... Tomorrow's still going to be Final Fantasy XIV for sure. But I'm going to be making time, I think, to play this, especially when I'm streaming next week from undisclosed location. All right, it should be in your DMs. Just let me know that you got it. And I can do 2 more giveaways. I think I might go buy some... ibuprofen or something after stream. Go for a little walk to the grocery store. Little walk. I should actually have some around all the time anyway. It's kind of dumb of me to not have like a Tylenol or something in the apartment. I'm like, I'm stupid, all right? All right, got it, perfect. All right, let's pull another winner. Suck on an ice cube. That doesn't work for me. That doesn't really help for me personally. Just for me. You know? All right, next winner is Absolute Zero. All right, I got one more key to give up after this next one. Last reminder, if you want to enter the word hunt and you need to be a follower of the stream, just type the word hunt. Hello. Yes, I have one more code to give up after I give this one to Absolute, who is here. If you're already entered, you're still entered. I just decided to rattle off all five of these keys at once. Because while I was considering going over my stream time today, because I'll be honest, 2 hours of Path of Exile 2, streaming 2 hours of Path of Exile 2, and using that as a representative of the game is like going to a basketball game and leaving after the first like claiming of the ball, after the first toss up. It's like both the teams got into the center of, they got into the court, the guys in the middle, they're waiting for the ball to go up, they do this, and then you left. That's genuinely the equivalent of 2 hours of Path of Exile. Or it's like you get to a football game, and as soon as the first foot hits the ball for the first kickoff, you left. You're like, and that's enough football for now. I'm not even kidding. That is the equivalent of what 2 hours of Path of Exile of either of them is like. But Path of Exile 2, obviously being the one for this stream. All right. One last winner. Oh, I'm glad you were enjoying it, Brokabo. They're just there. Dude, okay, so before I pull the last winner, side story. When I was a kid, my dad took me to a Yankees game, and they had a Derek Jeter bobblehead for the first 750 people in the stadium. We got one. I had massive abdomen pain while I was there, and it persisted for about 5 or 6 hours. I never got taken to the hospital, but I ended up just like being in massive pain, and we had to leave. And then a few hours later, I was fine, and my dad thought that I just like faked it to get out of going to the baseball game. I have no idea what it was to this day. I just had insanely high abdomen pain. I didn't have to use the restroom. We thought I had kidney stones because it was right where your kidneys are. And I didn't pass any stones, but that, I don't know. I was in massive, I still remember that pain to this day. It was atrocious pain. It's honestly to this day one of the most painful memories I have. And I broke my arm and my leg. Which is, again, why I wouldn't have been surprised. All right, the last winner is... Oh, not that person, because they're not a follower. Piccolo! I like that it says, is not following in red. Like, there's no way I can miss it. Yeah, I don't know what it was. No idea. Oh, Piccolo. I'll give it a minute or two because I want to get back to playing. Yeah, I don't know what it was. To this day, I have no idea. I'm not going to give it too long because I just want to get back. I've only got like 20 more minutes of sponsor time, and with the pain I'm in, I actually want to play. I want to play so I can then, get a little more time in. All right. I'm pulling another winner. I know they already play, so honestly, that's probably fine. They were just probably pulling for a friend. Inworse. Oh, Inworse. Hello? I was in an ad. That's so unfortunate. I hadn't considered that. Okay. Maybe we fight it out. I hadn't considered that. Maybe we fight it out. How do we do this? Give it to Inwards. All right. That's their call. Yeah, I was going to do a roll-off or a death match or so. I was going to do a guess what number I'm thinking of. And no, it wouldn't have been 69. Grow up. All right, Inwards. I saw you respond. So there you go. You were the winner. No, it wouldn't have been 1227. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. What'd you miss? Just some giveaways, and then someone was in an ad during a giveaway and couldn't claim the giveaway winning, so I gave it to somebody else because they didn't want to wait too much longer, and Inwards said, yes, hi. And Inwards, I've DM'd it to you. Enjoy. I'm going to get to playing for the remaining time that I can. Listen, I was ready for fight to the death, but it was passed along. Thank you. And enjoy. Yeah, I wish I had spread those out more, but I got way too sucked into theory crafting a build. A lot of people thought my name was 1337 instead of 1227. You're not the only one, I promise you that. Plenty of people have thought that. I'm going to say, is this at least mildly better? It is. Ow. Yeah, it's just how it is. That's just my number is that close to it. It's my birthday. I can't change it. That's just my birthday. That's the life I live. Might as well just throw that on for the time being. I will take life regeneration per second at this point.
Need more time.
All right, see, we're already going a lot better here.
I'm hearing voices now, and yet the spirit stays.
We can already see things are starting to activate. Oh yeah, that's right. The handful of quest items from this. Sometimes I just like to make space with the trash. The new Mandala effect just dropped. If only it were new. It's not new to me. Because then I just go into here and I just do that. Since it's on elemental ground, it just makes sense. Alright. We are grabbing Primal Instinct. Even just that tiny spear upgrade has gone a long way. A little bit of patient play, but that's a-okay. Sooner or later, they all died. Interloper. That's a lot of things. Oh, I messed that one up. Should probably just actually keep more frenzy charges. My stun build up. All right, sounds good. All right, let's just do this for now. There's the skull cap for that. Oh, I didn't, wait, why did I do that? Armor and energy shield. I'll just take those instead. What does this have? Armor and energy shield, max life intelligence. Yeah, okay. Oh, stun threshold. Yeah, I'll take that instead. For the time being. Also an exalted? Jesus. Eventually, that'll all be evasion rating, but that's fine. Should maybe get used to that now. Oh, that's actually really good at this point. It's already starting to come together a little bit better, and I'm not even at the skills I actually want. Or with a decent weapon at that. Man, I really wish I wasn't in so much pain today. My last two, like, things that I've done recently, man, I have not been in good shape for either of them. I was, like, deathly ill for one, and then the dentist appointment today was more involved than I expected. Ain't no way I was missing this, though. Oh, well, no, I had a dentist appointment today. The other time, I'm pretty sure I know how I got sick. Because I usually don't get sick very often. But today was just a dentist appointment. I just didn't realize that putting a healing cap in was gonna have pain involved. So when I had the actual implant put in it, honestly, I didn't really experience much in the way of discomfort or pain. Hello, Tequila. Happy Friday. I am indeed happy, and today is indeed Friday. That's my name. Don't wear it out. I'm just killing bad dudes. Well, at least I think they're bad dudes. I haven't seen any of them do anything wrong. They've probably done a few things. Yeah, doing a little sponsored stream for the Path of Exile 2 update. Despite being in an uncomfortable amount of pain. Yeah, see, the other thing is if I miss that parry... the percentage of damage that I deal goes down considerably. Listen, they don't need... listen, I would love to be playing for more than 2 hours today, but I'm in a lot of pain. I need to go buy some, like, ibuprofen. It's just interesting because I didn't play anything other than Invoker Monk when the game first came out. I tried a few different builds for Invoker Monk. It's the first time really playing something that isn't that, though. No. She will not... listen, she's sweet, but she will not reduce the pain or swelling. I wish just hugging Ivy would be like, and your pain is down. That's not how it works. It would be awesome if cats worked like that. Send her to the corner store. Painkillers, please. That's true. When I hug Ivy, she digs her claws into me. And then the pain goes up. But it's worth it. It's worth it every time.
Spirit. None of it's junk. Guess I can help move that.
All of it's junk. You lie to me.
Remember us when you're famous, eh?
Renly's done a fine job. Stay safe. If you can.
If I can. That's ominous.
Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on impact and has a high chance to shock enemies, making them take more damage.
Making them take more damage. Alright, let's see. Where am I going? Yeah, I also haven't eaten today. Which really doesn't help. I didn't eat before the dentist because I was like, oh, I don't want to eat before the dentist. Just going to make a mess. And then I haven't been able to eat since the dentist. So I'm also hungry. Not even hangry, I'm hungry. Very specifically that form of hungry. A shake? Yeah, protein shake would be nice. Just to get, that's not really, in terms of macros, that's what I need. In terms of satiation, not quite so.
The wound only by accounts grim tough.
Oh, that's right. I gotta go to Ogum. I was like, where's the guy? He's not here yet. I want a lot of things right now. Oh, yeah, for the first day when I had the implant. This is just the healing cap afterwards. I'm on the healing cap step. I'm way past that point. He wasn't even concerned about me chewing on the healing cap. He was like, I just don't want you to chew. He was like, he just didn't want me to chew on the side of my mouth while my mouth was numb. Yeah, definitely getting some ibuprofen. I'm going to keep myself pretty close to my actual schedule for today, which means that I should really find the next zone ASAP. As much as I enjoy killing everything in sight, I should probably do that. I am PST, yeah. Why, hello, Mr. Let me guess. Yep, there's the hunt.
Maybe next time, eh?
Sorry, I was too busy being distracted. I was just thinking, there it is. Wait, that's not where I wanted to go. That's back to Clearfell. I'm at the start. I have a feeling I should just go to Clearfell and then... Oh, hold on. Let me do this real quick. This would be a good idea.
This here was someone's home. Need more time.
Oh yeah, hold on. I just got this. Alright, I'll take it.
It twists witches and innocents alike.
No, we're fine. Oh, ring. I'll take physical damage for now, sure. Rings are going to be important. Alright, let me head back to town. So, like I said, only 2 hours of Path of Exile 2 doesn't begin to even remotely cover the things that I could be covering. Especially the endgame changes, which are extensive and seem quite fun. A lot of power shifting, a lot of like changing the way that maps work. The respawn based on the number of multipliers being definitely a big thing I was looking forward to. But like I said, I'm in too much pain. I can't really go past my time. Plus, I've been streaming like 16 hours a day for the past 3 days. So I'm gonna opt into not streaming 16 hours today. I started streaming an hour early. I had to take a little break, and I'm ending on time. We did some giveaways. I got to play a little bit of Huntress, especially once I got like level 5. A lot of things started making a lot more sense immediately, and I started seeing the skill synergies a lot more. So I'm very curious to see if the the Thunderous Leap Huntress to me seems like it could be a lot of fun. Yeah, plus talking's probably making my pain worse. So I'm gonna buy some ibuprofen, get some food, and take care of that. But thank you to GGG for sponsoring today, for getting me to check this patch out again. I will probably play it over the next week, just not like all the time. If you'd like to try out Path of Exile 2, it will be free to play when it releases, but for now, it is currently in early access. I gave away some keys earlier, so congrats to those people, and enjoy your time. And if you want to support the sponsored stream itself, then I have a link right there. You can buy the early access codes. The main thing is that all the cosmetics, all the currencies, and the purchases you make with said currencies work across both Path of Exiles 1 and 2. So even if you start by playing Path of Exile 2, you can go backwards and use like the stash tabs that you buy or the cosmetics you get in Path of Exile 1 as well. So there's a lot of value in that. It's technically 2 games worth of supporting packs and not 1. But Path of Exile 1, of course, is already available free to play, you know, the whole thing. And that will eventually be what PoE 2 has as well. So, be sure to check out that link. There's also a panel under the stream. Either or works. And again, thanks to them for sponsoring. But with that, I'm finally going to rest. After a very, hold on, I want to spend the skill point first. After a very busy week, I would like to rest. So that is what I'm going to do today. So thank you everyone for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. And with that, thank you for the congrats on the clears. I will see all of you tomorrow for my usually scheduled stream. So enjoy everyone. Have a good Friday. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu.